What the hell did I just come back to? Nothing? Oh, okay. Just making sure, you know? Wasn't me. The self-report. The self-report is unreal. It is unreal. Oh my goodness. Nightwolf. Thank you for the subs. Austin, Blue, enjoy. Welcome. Crazy, thank you for gifting to Spooky. Oh my goodness. Hi, guys. Happy Sunday. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far. I figured today we would attempt Tom's challenge. We're not doing the tier 1 run right now. I need to still complete that at some point, and I would love to. I still want to. However, I don't want to use only tier 1 items right now. As we're leveling back up to try and get back to level 90, it's a really good challenge to do, and I love what he's done to take multiple different inspirations and put them into one challenge with all difficulty and then doing a specific thing with it. And this one is chat getting to choose the map. Yeah. So, oh, hey, how are you? So while yes, inspired by others to create said things, I definitely credit Tom for the creation of this. Everybody's been loving it. It's just a really great idea. It's a really great idea. Love me some Tommy Tom. Oh my goodness. Ozzy, thank you for the bits. Hello, friends. Good to see you. We've got our coffees. Yeah, Cherry, I run 3 minutes of ads at the beginning of the stream, so there's no pre-rolls for an hour. Okay, lights. We don't want to turn on today. That's fine. You know what? No light stream. You guys down? Just complete darkness. You like darkness? What are you, Bane? I was born in the dark, molded by it. A great environment. No, it's fine. It's working. It's working. We're fine. Hello. The darkness challenge. That's called tier 1. That's. Oh my Lanza. No, that's called tier 1. Help with the recovery. My splat. I think it's weather. I think it's weather related because I'm feeling it too. Yeah. The past like couple days, I went a good stretch of time with like nothing, and then all of a sudden it hit me. So I'm feeling that. Nice shirt. Thank you. We love our 90s memorabilia here. Yeah, I need more. I honestly need to invest. Marina, how are you? Welcome in. What else did I miss? Blondie, thank you for the gifted to Alibi. Appreciate you. Welcome, guys. Appreciate all the redeems. Listen, all the I'm here redeems, I see them. So I see all your names, and I appreciate you for coming out of the darkness to say that you're here. Thank you. Molo, thank you for the biddies. Oh my goodness. JD, thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby. You know, I had an idea at one point. I just never actually went through with it. I thought about creating some sort of thing or getting someone to create a thing where when you've reached your 9-month sub, that you could actually like unlock something in Discord that would allow you to name the Twitch baby. And then we could have a record of all the Twitch baby names. I don't know how to do that because I'm not a programmer. I'm not a developer. I don't know how to write things, do things. I just come up with a stupid idea. But I think that'd be kind of cool. You could just scroll through the channel and you could see all the names. Kind of rad. Oh man. Hi, Sparkle. What's up, Goat? Welcome back. Okay. What's up, Leo? Good to see you, Franz. The Twitch baby's born on your birthday. See, now that's unfortunate for you because now you have to share your birthday with it. How do you feel about that? Yep, I just called it a nit. Yep, that's how that goes. I have 3 kids. With Twitch chat, I have a lot more. I'm not exactly sure how many. And then we could have a command that could say how many children I have. Dude, that could be actually, yeah, I'll have to write that down. We were just talking about you, friend. Hello, my lovely friend. There he is. There he is, the creator, Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom himself. Yeah, I was talking about before I was on the screen. I was saying how, yes, you drew inspiration to like get this going, but like, I don't know. I give you the credit for the idea of the all difficulty stuff. And he's been working on the chat getting to decide the map. I said I still need to do the tier 1. I just really don't want to use all tier 1 right now. So we're not doing that right now. Eventually, at some point. But I've been liking upgrading my equipment again, getting to unlock stuff. So I don't even have all tier 3 yet. I am like level like, I don't even have, I barely have any tier 3. I have a couple. I'm level like 50 something. So still working on it. Still working on it. Oh, it's great. It's a really great addition. It's just a really cool thing to get yourself wrapped into the game and to make it feel tense and on edge because you just don't know when it's going to end. In a second, you could lose everything that you just did, which I think Nuka Dave is probably one of the biggest receivers of said resets. God, that man spends hours and hours and hours on maps and then for something stupid to happen and then he has to reset. So he's ridiculous, but we love him. P.S. Thank you for the Prime, Coach. Coach, I reposted the clip today of Forewarned. It just pleased my heart again to see it. Here soon. Wow. I didn't mix that at all. Shit. I got to go get a spoon. Hey, Charlie, welcome in. Peanut Butter, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Jenny, thank you for the 17 months. Hello. Yeah, we're going to play Forewarned for the Halloween update. We just have to pick a day. Cute mug, thanks. I just like it because of the size. It's just a larger mug. Yeah, I kind of stole it from my wife. Yeah, I stole it. Ripley, thank you for the biddies. Once we get into the game and all that jazz, I'm definitely going to go get a spoon because I'm fairly certain I forgot to stir that coffee. I like a little bit of coffee with my sugar. So it's, yeah. It is a nice mug. I kind of wish Fourth Wall and places like that had larger mugs. They're cool. It's nice, but listen, I like a hefty amount. Like that gif of the guy where he's got that mug that's like this and he's just pouring it on himself in the shower. Like I need that. Shaken or stirred. I don't shake my coffee. Can you imagine? That's a new thing. We're going to start a new trend, shaking our coffee. Ham, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Do it. I think we can do it. Bigger the better. Agreed. Need at least 16. Oh, yeah. I need like 20. I need like 20. 32 ounces. See, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Holy hell. Holy hell. But I appreciate you guys. It's good to see you. We are going to do the all difficulty. Chat gets to choose the maps. So once we switch over to Phasmers, we'll get to see all the difficulties and then we'll do some voting and you guys will get to choose where we go. But there needs to be an understanding about this with chat getting to choose my map. Once you have chosen a map, it cannot happen again. Phasmophobia, exactly. So if you choose high school, guess what? It is now off rotation. You can't pick it again. Remember this. Remember this. Now, all random could be a good idea with this too, because then you're just leaving it up to RNG. So all difficulty random, and then you never pick your map. There's never a discussion about it. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Rafa. High school APOC 3. I mean, that's your choice. I'll repeatedly select Willow. Yeah. You do have to work together. No, random's going to be off the table. There is no random. Nope. Random will not be a choice. You'll have to pick a map. Yeah. BRB, going to put some groceries away. No worries, Molo. Appreciate you. Roxy, ew. All right, let me get Phasmo running here. But yeah, we always play the comfy, cozy music on Sunday, even though this is not really going to be comfy, cozy. Do they all have to be perfect runs? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Hey, COD player girl, welcome in. Good to see you. Fanto, hello. All right. Hi, Tika. Just finished watching the Roblox Phas vid you did with Coach. Oh my God. Shit. Coach, how long ago was that? Thank you for getting a zip up hoodie. Thank you for getting merch. I appreciate you, friend. Oh my goodness. Welcome back. There's the other one we were talking about. We were saying all the worst things. This guy Dave out here thinking he can do what he wants, thinking he's so good at the game. Absolute crock of shit. I just got here. Hi, Dave. Guys, there's another amazing kinetic partner, Mr. Nuka Dave, along with Mr. Tom and myself. Please make sure that you guys are following Dave as well. And if you're not following the rest of Midnight Society, you guys are missing out on a lot of fun stuff. 20 minutes from home. Hey. Okay, sum up your trip, Roxy. Sum up like the entirety of it, because Roxy was in Florida in the midst of all the things that were going on, trying to enjoy herself. Trying to. Hey, Burn. Scarlett, thank you for the biddies. Merwin, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you. Amazing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When you said you had 2 weeks there, I knew that it was going to be amazing. I knew there was no shot it wouldn't be. No shot. Hey, what's up, Nora? Been watching YouTube. Finally made a stream. Welcome in. Good to have you. Hey, how are you? Thank you for the hype train, guys. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Murphy. Disney during a hurricane, 10 out of 10. Oh my God. I've been there for like inclement weather, but I have not been there for a hurricane. I'd have to say I missed out on that one. JLB, thank you for the 5 months. Hey, Ping. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Yeah, if you guys ever miss a stream and you want to go back and watch it, it's always available in multiple places. You can watch it back on Twitch if you want to with the VOD, or you can go and watch it on YouTube. I have a VOD channel on YouTube that I upload all of my streams to, that you can watch it that way. Plenty of different ways. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Pillow. What fun is going to Disney if the water isn't up to your ankles? It's just a water ride at that point. You used the YouTube to learn lockdown protocol. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's right. I forgot to stir this. Hold on. I'll be right back, and then we'll get to cracking. I need to figure out the polling situation with the maps. Because I'm gonna have to remove them as I go, so that process might be a little bit slow. Or I gotta go shake it. Yeah, sorry. You know what I meant. I think we've gone back and watched a VOD that was around 5 months old. Yeah, I've got VODs on that channel. I'm not using my finger, Siraj. Hi, Ham. We start whenever we're ready, friend. I don't usually start on someone's chat message telling me to start. Yeah, a little bit of patience can go a real long way. Just fun fact of the day for you. You should use your finger. Hi, Cheeps. Hold on. It's, let me go. Mayor literally just linked it in chat. What is the oldest video I have? I have a Phas video from when I don't have a date on it because I didn't start dating them till later. But when I was level 160 in Phasmo, before they started adding prestige systems. Yeah. So level 160 to a certain point, and then there's a big chunk missing where I didn't save VODs at that point. But then ever since, I've been saving all of them. So if you ever want to go back and watch any of them, they're there. All right. Let me go stir my coffee. And then we'll get started. Chiba! Cheebs, I went back and watched some of the Friday the 13th stuff. I was just cracking up, man. I was cracking up when Eric left me the shotgun at the exit. And I was like baiting Chiba. It was so good. That was so funny. Oh my God. I played SpongeBob music and everything. I'm going to make a clip of it at some point. All right. I'm going to be quick. I'll be really, really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to go stir my coffee with my finger or spoon, whatever Chiba tells me to do. Saw the clip as well. Yours was great because my running away was longer. I had a longer distance to do the SpongeBob music. All right. I'll be right back. We've returned. All right. Thank you, chair. I need a new chair emoji. That's the old chair. That's the old chair. Okay. 'Tis time. Why am I live so early? It's 1:30. I'm always live at this time? Have been for a long time? Anyway, all right. So, Lunara, hello. Shadow, hey, how are ya? Today we are going to do the all difficulty challenge. Perfect games only, starting from amateur going all the way to APOC 3. However, this time chat is going to get to choose what maps I play. The kicker is once you choose a map, that map is used and cannot be used again for this run. So it's not like you vote and then it's the same map over and over and over again. Once you pick it, it is gone. So you might want to strategize a bit here as to what you're going to pick. Because what map you think might be, get him on this one, might not actually be as good as you think. So, here are all the maps. Obviously, random will be removed from said things. Obviously. Why do you assume we have bad intentions? Give me 3 good reasons why I should think that you have good intentions. Got nothing? Thank you. Okay. There we go. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Good to have you. Is this the first time doing this with Point Hope out? No, Point Hope has been out when I've done them. I just think that it wasn't a part of my rotation when I did it. I think that's the kick. Welcome in, friends. But yes, so you guys are going to get to choose which ones. Now, what I'm probably going to do is I have an overlay that says what maps are what numbers, but the problem is that that overlay has random attached to it, and you're not going to be able to vote for random. So you're going to have the opportunity to choose which map, but you're going to need to look at what the numbers are so you know which map is which. Okay? You get good intentions or good content. Okay, listen, why can't we have both? Why can't we have both? I don't understand. Whatever. Okay, so let's look at the maps themselves. So as of right now, this is where they lie, but this is not where they stay. You guys are going to get to change where these go. Okay? All right, let me go over here real quick. Let me do a stuff with a thing and then we'll be ready to rock, okay? So you think about where you want the maps to go. Okay? You think about it while I do this. Hey, Kayla. People don't read it. No, 100%. I've noticed that Flash's VIPs are trolls. Yeah. I think that's with most chats, though. I think that's how they become VIP. They threaten the streamer, and it's like, fine. Bet you can't name 3 times chat didn't have good intentions. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go here. Okay. Make sure I title this correctly. All difficulty. Chat chooses maps. Go. That looks good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, Nora? How are you? Trying to get the goo butt tattoo? Never gonna happen. No shot. No shot in hell. Sunflower, hello, my friend. Willow Street? Oh, which one are you thinking for Willers? Which one you thinking? There's so many choices. Kazadu, hello. Good to see you. Where's my stuff? I am so disorganized. Per the usual. Willow's your favorite map. Wait. Yes? Oh, son of biscuit. There we go. Fixed it. Brownstone High School? Is that your favorite map? A little drunk from breakfast. A little drunk from breakfast? What the? Why? Hey, Michaela. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for asking. I'm doing swell. All right. Let's see. Doodip. Doop doop doop. Talk. Go there. Oh, come on. Where did it go? There it is. Nope. 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 There it is. Oh, I hate you. Papa Smurf, what is your problem? Gosh dang it. I hate your face. Oh my God. I hate you. Hi, Papa. Good to see you. What do you mean? Okay. I think I'm good to go. For the most part. We'll find out soon enough. Layo. Hey, Christian. What's up, Wes? Hey, Toe. How are you? All right. Some of those might not come through for me for a little bit, but we will see. Hi, T. I literally am Shadow. Yeah. I've seen that message a couple times now, but if you go to YouTube, you will literally see that I am. Yeah. Quite the interestings. Yeah. Dawn, thank you for converting your sub to a tier 1. Good evening. Hi, friend. All right. Now we're finally ready. Okay. So, one more time. These are all the difficulties. Obviously, amateur through APOC 3. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn off all of the ones that we're not worried about. We are only worried about amateur. You guys need to decide where this is going to be. Okay? Your decision is going to be through Tanglewood to Point Hope. No random. Okay? We're going to get rid of restricted as well because that's not worth our while. So, once you choose a map, though, we do not do it again. Understand? There it is. Oh, wait. I need to actually... Hold on. Wait. So, I need to get rid of the Phas vote thing. Hold on. You're going to see this. This does not count. Do not worry about this yet. I need to turn off the overlay. Don't look at the overlay. Look at the thing to the left. Do not look at the overlay. Look at the thing to the left. Okay? There we go. 1 through 12 is what you're looking at. Tanglewood is number 1. Point Hope is 12. But use that as your guide as to what map we're going to play. Okay? This is for amateur. This is for amateur. I'll give you guys a couple seconds to vote. This is for amateur. I have a feeling that we are going to Willow. Hey, Emily, good to see you. Baz kept crashing on you today. Oh, no. Oh, it's on the purple side, Lena. Yeah, because I can't combine the voting systems. Are we hoping you'll die of boredom waiting for the ghost? I think so. Listen, it's your guys' choice how this is going to go. Chat's getting rid of those good APOC maps. Tom, shut your lips. Don't say things. Stop influencing the vote, Tom. All right. It has been decided it was pretty overwhelmingly for Willow Street. So that is going to be our amateur run. 'Tis going to be the amateur run. And that's where amateur already is. So, perfect. Perfect. We don't have to do a dang thing. Okay. I have so many buttons I'm pressing to do some of these things. I'm going to forget and leave a bunch of shit on. All right. Willow Street. We need to go to amateur. Do I have all the equipment that I need right now? Ooh, we have a spirit box upgrade. Spirit box upgrade. Anything else? No? Okay. Think that is good to go. We have the bare necessities. I mean, listen, it's not that bad. This is way better than what it was. Way better than what it was. Azzy, thank you for getting merch. Hey, I see that monkey paw sticker. Second map, we'll see, Elgen. Maybe. We'll see. Hi, River. All right. First map, amateur. Willow Street. Perfect game. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're here. You think a Roblox knockoff is better? I mean, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Did you ever try the Wendy's crab? Yes, I did, and I was not impressed. I was not that impressed. It was. You may be able to use it to your advantage. It was the Dave's single with like Big Mac sauce on it. Basically, it was not that great. I don't know if any of you have tried the Krabby Patty, whatever thing from Wendy's. It's meh. Very disappointing. Yeah. Like, they could have won me over if the branding was better. Like, if there was better branding on it, I probably would have I probably would have not cared as much and been like, you know what, though? This is a pretty cool wrapper, or it's like a cool box or something. No, none of that shit. Disappointing. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Ripley, thank you for gifting a sub. Hey, what's up, Biggie? Oh my God, I can finally see the messages over there. Holy shit. All right, let's go. No more wasting time, because this is going to take 15 years as it is. Harold Manson, Firelight, Witness a Ghost Event, and Crucifix. It has to be a perfect game. Has to be a perfect game. This is on amateur, so that means Ghosty it's not necessarily going to be less active, because I've had some amateur runs where the ghosts were maniacs, but sanity drain is way down. You have all hiding spots available. If it's a demon that hunts me right here, well, that would be unfortunate. But I do have 5 minutes to do anything. There's the bone. We have 5 minutes. Oh, that's right. And the power starts on. We're going to wait. Okay. Nothing in here. Hey, Frosty. Why don't they release the game sooner? For console? They just probably weren't ready yet. That's all. I'm sure, I imagine they wanted to. Ghosty's here somewhere. But it's super hot in there. Was it Shrew a wall? Come on, Ghost. Do the thing. That's a 5er. EMF 5. But it's so warm. Are you kitchen? Okay, I got nothing. All right, let's just go get stuff. It's taken a hot second for the room to get cold. Always make sure you do the ting. That's right. Lara, hello. There's a few amateur runs where they wouldn't leave you alone. Dude, they can be psychopaths. Absolute psychopaths. It might be hallway. That's the coldest I have so far. But EMF 5, you can literally see it on the chart. If you don't actually have EMF 5 in the building yet, like you haven't seen it, but you come and look at the chart and you see this, just verify it's EMF 5, because that could also be a Polty. Because if a poltergeist throws 2 things at the same time, it could create this. So be weary. Be weary. Let's get more evidence, though. So get this, get this, get this. But yeah, we'll do this. We'll drop these, get the photo camera, we'll get the salt, we'll get the bone, we'll do all the things. Did you kick the power? You skied up, bot up. Not a gin. Kate, thank you for the 15 months. Hello, friend. Herbs? Spices? Nothing? Okay. We'll pretend you're here for now. Let's go turn the power on. Kick the juice. There we go. There we go. Have I ever played Pacify? You know what? I actually never have. I always had intentions of playing it. I just never did. Oh, yeah. It's taking so long to, like, for this room to cool down, though. Holy hell. It's still 10 degrees. And new players are supposed to be able to find stuff easily like this? You'd figured amateur, they would, like, I don't know, find a way to make the rooms cool down faster, or I don't know, the temps change so it's a little bit easier for new players, because the amount of money you're going to get from amateur is really not a lot. So it's not like you're going to use amateur as a way to farm money, right? Like, why not make it a little bit easier? I don't know. I feel like the sanity drain taking so long is not actually easier. I think it actually makes it harder. Just personal opinion. Hey, Fear, how are you? Yo, where you at? Was that Harold? Is that one of the books in there? I think it was. Harold! Harold! Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Sandy drain makes it awful. It certainly does. Look, it's finally getting to 6 degrees. Did you just touch a door? No. Oh. Oh, maybe it did. Phalanges. Myling, Obake, Goryo, or Jin. Ooh, maybe that's why we're not seeing the dots. Maybe because they're only through here. Well, that wasn't very nice. Now, was it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Mistakes were made. I think... Well, no. We have all the evidence. It has to be. It's guaranteed. That's a Goryo. All right. Firelight Crucifix. Okay. Sorry. I was thinking about it like a nightmare run. I was like, oh, no. We couldn't see if it was in person or not. It doesn't matter. Negative 10 sanity for free. Yeah, if I wanted to drain my sanity, but it's fine. You have to run into the ghost, though. Even on intermediate as well. Sanity drains faster, but still doesn't give clues. Yeah. Appreciate sanity not draining because I peed with the offense. Yeah, I guess if you're looking at it from the perspective of somebody that's new to the game, yeah, that does make sense. But look at our sanity right now. We've been sitting in there with the ghost. It's been active. It's done all the things. Yeah. Craziness. Craziness. Do a harder map. No, I can only do that in Blair. Sorry, man. We don't do that here. All right. Here. Blow this out. I know that you already walked in this, but I don't want to risk my photos. So we're going to do that. What am I drinking? Coffee. How's my October been? It's been good. It's been good. We got all the kiddos, all of their Halloween stuff. Their costumes are good to go. All the things. Can you see the ghost orbs on tier 3 headcam? No. Coffee. That's right. Coffee. Firelight. Good. Crucifix. We need to go find... Did I see what the cursed possession was by chance? Yeah. I want both of these. I don't think I did either. It might be the circle. Which I don't mind right now because, I mean, we needed to hunt. So that's perfectly fine. Lay, hello. Oh, that's right. You burst the lights because you suck and we hate you. There we go. Stibbity stomps. And we don't need a ghost photo. We just need the crucibite. So, there's one. We start taking pictures of these. What's my preferred coffee maker? Pot. It's just easy. Hey. You suck. Keeps killing my power. All right, so I just need the crucibite now. Oh, it's not you. Oh, is it Frank? Paul? Wasn't even looking? No? Okay. It's Frank. Hi, Frank. Hey, how are you? He's ready. He's ready. Frank's ready. Now, the issue with this is that I actually needed to hunt. I need my sanity drained. We have hiding in here. It's fine. But I don't want it to eat. I don't want to have to start a hunt without pin. F it. Every pin that you push into Frank, every pin into the voodoo doll, you lose 5 sanity. If you push in the heart pin, that's 10. But it does start a cursed hunt, which you can't stop with a crucifix. So we might just have to do this. Can stop a cursed hunt with the tier 3 crucifix. Yeah, that's true, but I don't have tier 3. I only have tier 2 as of right now. So we are limited. We are limited on what we can do. What difficulty am I on currently? Amateur. We just started. All right, so now we can go to the truck and see what our sanity is. That way we know if we have to go sit in the dark. Maybe I actually go hang out with the ghosties so it will event on us more. Oh, no, we're Gucci. Our sanity is crushed. That's great. That's perfect. I already have one of those. Got one of those. I'll just bring another one of these for kicks. Yeah, we're good. Oh, you thought that I couldn't stop him? No. No, I'm just talking about with what I have at my disposal. Let's see if he needs the crucifix. Nom nom. We're gone. Nom nom. My sanity was tanked. It just wasn't hunting. I think it could have hunted before I even pushed in the heart pin, but it was just taking a long time. There's all that. We got the bone. We got all 3-star photos, and there we go. Amateur done. Nom nom. Luxy, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you.
Welcome back.
You ever watched 13 Ghosts, but the night? No, I didn't know that there was a 1960 version. No, I only know the newer version with Matthew Lillard. Hey, Cater Tot. There it is. Perfect. 'Tis done. So, amateur is in the bag. So next we need to decide where intermediate is going to go. So now that we played Willow is now off of the rotation. So let me remove this, and this. Okay. Now, friendly reminder that your vote only counts once. It only counts once. So where are we going for intermediate? As you can see, the numbers are now 1 through 11 because we took out Willow. Because Willow is now done. So where is intermediate going? This is for intermediate. So there's a couple changes with intermediate. The truck timer where the ghost can hunt changes. It goes from 5 minutes to, I believe, 2.5. Could be incorrect on that, but I think it's 2.5. Or 2 minutes. Is it 2 minutes? It might be 2. But that's the timer to where the ghost can't hunt you no matter what the ghost is. 2 minutes. Yeah. You have less hiding spots, not by much. I think it's only a couple that are blocked. Your sanity drain is faster, but the amount of evidence is the same, which is good. Save time is pointless. Not really. If you're a brand new player and you're trying to understand about efficiency of getting equipment into the house, finding the ghost and all those things, the ghost not being able to hunt you can be really beneficial. Yeah. Amateur, the breaker starts on. Intermediate, it starts off. I think. Yeah. All right. So we're going to Latangle. We are going to Latangle. All right. Let me take intermediate. We will move it over here to Tangle. The save time gets most people out of the van. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Time to go on another date. Siraj. All right. Let's go. Intermediate at Tanglewood. Per your decisions.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Do we have any teasers for Halloween? No. No, well, I mean, we kind of do. The closest thing to a teaser, we have an image about the Crimson Eye or whatever the heck it's called. So we do. It's on the Steam updates. It's in their Discord, all the things. Yeah. Took me a while to play intermediate on my own. Started with co-op. Yeah. I didn't play solo for a long time. And I played amateur, then moved my way to intermediate. I played a lot of professional to begin with because I had friends that always played professional. Hi, CJ. What's up, Danny? Bailey, good to see you. All right. That is done. That is off. That is good. All right, let's rock. Andrew Belfield. EMF 25% and Firelight. Now this is Tangle, so it's a smaller map. Hopefully we can kind of speed through this one. Hopefully. Go ahead and grab this while we're here. Start looking for Cursed Possession. Because that could really help speed up the process depending on what it is. No music box, no mirror, no cards. Juice? Hey, the juice. No Frank. Monkey paw. Okay. That could be useful. Is that a picture frame? What did I just hear? I think I heard a picture frame. Didn't I? What did I hear? I heard something. Oh! You moved the hammer. Was it the hammer? Oh, it was the hammer. Okay. Same noise. All right, it touched the door here. Drop that there, drop that there. Let's start moving. Yeah, Phaz is coming to console on the 29th. The Halloween event is on the 28th. As a Kinetic partner, I will get to show you the Halloween event 24 hours early as a teaser. So I'll have early access. So if you want that, definitely come back on the 27th. If you don't want to be spoilered, if you will, then you can wait till the 28th. It is cross-platform, yes. It is indeed. I don't think I turned that switch on. We have phalanges. Oh, there's the orb. Okay, it's in this room. Yep, laundry. So we have orbs. We have ultraviolet. Banshee Hantu Obake. I'm good, Aiden. How are you? Will I have early access to console? No, I don't think so. No, I feel like that would probably be pretty complicated for that to happen. Right, what can't it be? I mean, it could be a mimic, technically, but we're not going to get writing. If I get Spirit Box, we know what it is. If I get Spirit Box, but we could get Spirit Box, freezing, EMF. Okay. So I can't get the writing book? Can't get the writing book. Okay. Let's get a Firelight in there. Might as well get some objective stuff while we're there. Do one of these. Do one of those. Is a Kinetic Games partner and official content creator the same thing? Technically, yes. But I feel like Kinetic Games partner is going to be a broader thing eventually, because I imagine they're going to have more games eventually. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you near? Are you friendly? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you far? Where's the orb? Is the orb still there? Left Firelight. You. Oh, was that the orb? Did the orb? Why is this orb so aggressively popping into the air? What is this? Pick a room. What are you doing? Look, it's like stuck in the doorway. All right, we're just going to assume you're here. Whatever. Whatever. 13. 16. I assume this is the room. It's just, again, the freezing is taking 1,500 years. All right. I wasn't getting spirit box. We're not seeing dots, I don't think. Okay, let's go get, first of all, I'm gonna give you some stuff to play with. Give you some toys. There we go. Wants to play catch, Dad? Hyper, hello, friend. What's up, Janelle? Good to see you. How are you? What are my go-to 3 pieces of equipment when I start? When I start, I grab the flashlight, the thermo, and the EMF. That's almost an always. Unless I'm feeling like I want to go for side objectives, and then I'll do that first. Yeah. SM, hello. Is the flashlight there to distract it? No. No. It's there so I can see. It's there so I can see what's going on. Pretty standard. Yeah. I think a lot of people start that way. Hyper, thank you for the 13 mods. Appreciate you, friendo. All right. Let us see. You touched anything else? You haven't done anything else. Wow, look how long that took to charge. No EMF 5s. Okay. Are you going to be a haunt too? I kind of just want to make you hunt. Hantu print? Nope, just one. I mean, oh, Hante print. Oh, Bake print. You know what I meant. It gave the door a high five. It definitely did. You've seen people drop lights during the hunts. Yes, it's because the ghost can detect the electronics. That's why. All right. Let's... Oh, I already have a lighter on me. Duh. All right. 25%. So let's go find the cursed possession. Shall we? I need to find the bone, too. Maybe we do that first. Let's go find the bone. Maybe we'll hear an EMFer on our way through. Hey, Noki. Touching the breaker box. I'm not interested. F off. Nerd. What a jerk. Make sure that's actually 3 stars, though. Yeah, okay. 2-star interaction photo, inbound. He wants a hug. I'd rather not. Not at this time. Somebody said master. Watch, it's going to be in the damn master bedroom. Okay. No bone. Wants to be my friend. No thanks. I will pass on the friendship. Friendship. Oh, son of a... That's a huge boner, dude. Oh, my word. Yeah, you called it. Yeah, I should have just went straight to the bedroom. I should have went straight there. How many photos do I have? 3. Hot Pocket! You know what? Hold on. I don't know if I've ever actually taken a picture of the microwave before. Oh, did you kick the power? Oh, you jerkhole. This is a Hantu, isn't it? All right. Yeah, I think that was the first time I ever actually took a picture of the microwave. I mean, it makes sense that that's an interaction. I just never tried it. All right, we have all 3 stars. We just need to drain our sanity to 25. and get it to hunt so we can figure out what it is. We can do that via this. So if I wish for sanity, let me see how low my sanity is right now. Rayla, thank you for the 10 months. Amasaurus, thank you for the gift. Welcome in. Trap the ghost. Yeah, but if I trap the ghost, that doesn't lower my sanity. No, the whole idea behind wishing for sanity and changing the weather is that it will drop you to 40. But then you ask yourself, is it worth it at that point? Because I'm at 67 right now. And we need to get to 25. I would almost be better off sitting near the ghost trying to get it to event on me. I could change the weather, though. That would at least get us within hunting. No, give ghosty hugs. No. Listen. Stinky. We know you're probably a Hantu. We get it. Did I finally see breath? Hold on. Miss Scoozy? Hold on. Ghost? Why is it still 10 degrees in this room? I don't get it. I got nothing. This is the ghost room. This has been the ghost room the entire time. It has not gone below 10 degrees. If this is a Hantu, you got me. What if I go over here and I find the negative? We're going to read the walls. Change it to snow. The issue with changing it to snow is if it's a Hantu, then we're just giving it power. A lot of interactions over here. I'm just checking because. Has lots of features. This is true. Let's make sure. It's been tons of interactions. No EMF 5. We have not seen dots. What if it's a mimic? I haven't been able to get spirit box. I mean, if it's a mimic, then I should have spirit box and freezing. But no, it's cut the breaker like 4 times already. The temps are not low at all. What if it's being a butt? I mean, it is being a butt. What do you mean, what if? No, it is. All right, I'm going to change the weather. I wish for fog. No, not today. I wish for fog. I just like that weather type whenever the ghost cuts power to the house, because then I can see where I'm going. You have sight lines because of the outside fog, which is nice, in my opinion. Hey, Kyle. Hey, how are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you friendly? Is it cold? Shut up. Dude. What a stubborn jerk. I have a crucifix here, a crucifix there. Yes, my love. It is. Keep an eye on it. Well, yeah, baby, she's resting. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Izzy startled you? Imagine being a new player. This is what you have to do. And that's the first time I've seen it below 7 degrees. Okay. Did you see its breath at any point? That makes sense speed-wise that's a Hantu. That makes perfect sense, right? The speed changes. There were speed changes. It slowed down into here. I don't think it sped up with line of sight. That's a Hantu. Why couldn't I see its breath? Right. Give me you. Put you over here. Is my sanity dropped enough yet? Hey, let's go. It might eat the Cruci again, and that's okay. Bugged maybe? Maybe. I don't know. The fact that I didn't see its breath was really, really strange. Yeah, the breaker has to be off, and I turned it off. It was off. That's... Yeah, I purposely turned it off. There it is. What a stinker, man. Is it still not freezing? Watch, it'll be freezing now. Wait, you know what? Hold on. No, I got nothing. The lowest temp I got was like 6 point something degrees in this house. Groovy. That's a Hantu though. We did not get all 3 pieces of evidence because I can't find freezing. Yep. But we got to go for it. We did get the bone, yes. We got the bone. We got the ghost. We got the objectives. All right, let's get up. Let's get up. Yeah, ads started playing right in the middle of that, but I mean, honestly, people didn't miss much. Did not miss too much.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
You got me with the temps, dude. I got nothing. I got nothing. Couldn't find freezing anywhere. The lowest temps that we could find were like 6.4 degrees. So the ghost never moved rooms. It stayed in the laundry room the entire time. So, all right. On to the next one. Yeah, ads started playing in the middle of that, but I couldn't like stop in the garage and be like, all right, guys, we're running ads. Yeah, I'm sorry. I usually try to catch it in the lobby, but that I snoozed it as much as I possibly could. You didn't miss anything. The ghost hunted, and then we knew it was a Hantu. That was it. That was it. That was it. Yeah, you're fine. You didn't miss anything. Nothing exciting. Somebody goes with freezing. Well, listen, I at least get the freezing usually in Tanglewood. That, we never saw it. So, good luck, new player. Good luck. All right. Now we are on to our professional game. So now you guys get to decide where that's going to be. So, This is what we've done so far. Reminder, when you get to vote, you do not get to vote for a map that has already been done. So once you choose a map, it's gone. Rotation is out of here. So now Tanglewood is out of the rotation. Tanglewood and Willow, gone. So now you guys get to choose where our professional game is going to go. That's where I played it before. You guys get to decide where it goes now. So, vote in chat 1 through 10. 1 through 10. This is professional. So we still get 3 pieces of evidence. We no longer have a truck timer, meaning the ghost can hunt us instantly. Less hiding. Doors being open is a little bit more random, so it's not as easy to find the ghosty. But sanity drain is higher. We still have a cursed possession. This is the most played game mode of any game mode in all of Phasmo. So, you choose. Where are we going? We can't do Willow. We already did Willow. Can't be done. Nope. We can't do the same map twice in one run. Can't do it. Chad, Blaze, thank you guys. Kyle, thank you so much, friend. Some of those are coming in delayed. I'm sorry. Alice, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. It is Fairy. Yeah, because I can't do cross voting. Not yet. Not until we find something out. I think you should go to Willow. Vin, I'm going to ask you to leave. The game is Phasmophobia. How was the rest of your game show, Mr. Vin? What's our vote looking like? We have 24% on Ridgeview. Okay. 15% on Sunny. Those are the 2 highest as of right now. So, 16 on Point Hope. Never mind. There's a contender. Tis a contender. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. Brianna, Danny, Blaze, Kieran. Thank you, guys. Welcome in. Oh, my Lanta. Maybe Sunny. Maybe. We'll see. Depends on chat. Tried voting high school to get it over with. Thank you, Hyper. I appreciate you. All right. You have 10 more seconds to vote. 10 more. And then we're going to go. JS, I swear to God. ALS, hello. Hey, Lou. All right. We are going to Ridge. Ridgeview is the winner. So now we need to take that and move that to there. So amateur was on Willow. Intermediate was on Tangle. We are now on professional, which is at Ridgeview. So let's do our thing. Let's do our thing. Hey, Lilac, how are you? Have I ever been recognized out in public? Only a couple times. You have to go out into public to get recognized by public. That's just overrated. I don't like it. It's overrated. Lynn, hello. Kinetic, welcome. Yedding! Thank you, friend. What happens if I lose? So, we are to go from amateur to APOC 3 with no mistakes. Perfect games. If I make a mistake and I do not get a perfect game, whether Ghost gets me or I screw up photos, whatever, I have to start all the way over back to amateur. Yeah. Rocket League convention. I like that you call them conventions. Watch to be freezing Ghost, seriously. And the map doesn't reset? Oh, no, it does. Oh, no, no, no. If I'm doing this particular one, public, what's that? Hi, Gaga. If I start this particular challenge over, we just vote every time. So you guys could choose a different map the next time. Yeah. The problem with outside, it's outside. You have to go all the way out there and, ugh. It's just too much. It's way too much. stay home for work. I only do that one day a week. All right, let's go. Profesh. But if the way we voted worked the first time, why would we change it? See, but what if the way that you voted had nothing to do with why I failed?
The ghost here seems to be linked to a curse.
We got done those first two pretty quickly. I'm just saying. All right. Professional time. Donald Miller, repel, escape, firelight, and we have snow. Maybe now we'll get freezing. You know? You know, it makes me on edge and makes me want to have a smudge now so I don't have to start things over. We might do that. Just in case. Just in case. But side objectives, repel, escape, firelight. We will see. Hey, Lear. Demon incoming. Imagine. If it does, I have a smudge. Hello? Frank again. Damn it. As much as I like Frank. Do you have 4 inventory slots? You do now if you use an igniter. I've heard nothing. Huge bone, dude. Huge. Good night, Ozzy. Juice is over here. We'll check temps as we're walking. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's really cold in the basement. I have a feeling it's down here. It's warming up a little bit. Ghost? Hello? I see my breath, but it could just be that it hasn't warmed up enough. Look, it's still 7 degrees in other places. I need the house to warm up, so what we're going to do is we're not going to waste time sitting here. I'm going to go get more stuff from the truck. Sitting here and just waiting for the temps to go down is no good. Just let the temps go down themselves and go get more stuff. All right. Alyssa, hello. Yeah, the snow. Which can be good if you get the house warmed up. That can actually be a good thing. It might not be down here. Maybe the temps were deceiving. You know? Okay, it's getting warmer. Let's go see what downstairs looks like. It's also getting warmer. Man, temps are taking like years to frickin' do anything. Right now I'm thinking it's upstairs. It hasn't done anything. At least you're not in the basement. I'll give you that. Excuse me? I have writing. And the ghost is upstairs near the bathroom. This thing roamed all the way downstairs? I'm a little much confused right now. We've been in this house for like 60 seconds. Is that an orb? Is that an orb? Dude, the orbs keep... Yeah, what the... It's the snow glitching. No, it's not. It's orbs. Negative. Mayor Revenant Thay. Ah, I got nothing. Yeah, I heard the knock. I gotta go get a UV to be able to check it, though. Sandy's fine. Sandy's perfectly fine. We need to check you. Let's see. Can't be you. Can't be you. Oh, never mind. I don't have to check it. Freezing dots or spirit box. Okay. Goodbye. Check that. Take one of those. Take another one of those. There we go. You're dead? No, the walking would say that I'm alive. Oh, I forgot my head cam. Sag. That one there. There. Finally. We want to be cold about this? Hey, did you throw something at me, you jerkhole? Where are you? Oh, it's a mare. Oh, I was gonna say, do it. There we go. No freezies, but no freezing, but it was colder than the Hantu. Which makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Now there is a fire. I mean, there is a candle up there. I'm going to hope I can get it to roam away from its room to get that. We're going to try. Okay, 78. Ooh, you know what? I don't need you to hunt. Not yet. Not yet. Hi, Morgan. Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate you. I forgot my head cam again. What difficulty is this? We're on professional. It's over here, right? Yeah. I was just too lazy to go back and get it. Too lazy. My Sunday's good, Morgan. How was yours? Wait, I thought there was a candle there. I know there's one here. Do you have a candle? No. All right, Ghosty's here. We know that it's a mare. I don't know why Ghosty roamed all the way down here to write in that book. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. Firelight, repel. Wait, firelight, repel, escape. Okay. I know, Ripley. I'm going to get the camera first before I deal with the bone. Firelight, repel, escape. There we go. About to make some sketty. I'm making sketty later. Mama Sins, hello. Ghosty, this is for you. Have you not left your room yet, homie? Need a nap? Naps are good. Maybe when you change the room. Maybe. We'll have to see how many room changes there's been. If there's been 0, I got nothing. Made a poopy. Still hasn't left that room. Now it officially has. So, repel, escape. We'll have to drain our sanity. Which we have... Well, we have Frank. We can just cause an instant hunt. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. That's fine. 4 more photos. Is it all perfect games? It is. All right, cool. So now, because we're starting a cursed hunt, it doesn't really matter if those crucifixes are there. Those are on. Those are on. That's fine. Okay. We have a smudge. 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 Do hunt strain sanity? No, only if you're in the dark. I do sunshine. It just depends. Sometimes it's a little wonky. It's not really optimized to the greatest ability, in my opinion. If it starts hunting from down here, I might poop. Hi. That scared you? Jeez, how long are cursed hunts? Good lord. All right. Dunzo. Why more photos of the assault? It's just easier, especially if you're trying to get a quick, perfect game. Rather than spending time trying to get interaction photos and different photos of everyone. If you do that, it's easier photos, faster. We got the mayor, we got the objectives, we got the bone, we got the stuff. Let's get out. Yeah, just easier. You always face the wall. Oh, if the ghost can't see you, you can't see it. Or you can't see it, it can't see you. Yeah.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Perfect mayor. Nice. Out of curiosity, its room was the upstairs bathroom. It never changed rooms. Did somebody just hit the floor? Nothing. She dropped an old phone. It's a very old phone that she just messes with. We're fine. It sounded very close. It's because she was on the stairs. That scared me. So this ghost never changed its room. It stayed in the upstairs bathroom all the way at the end of the hall the entire time, but it roamed all the way downstairs to write in the book. I got nothing. I got nothing. Sure. Hey, placing that book down was super beneficial. I didn't mean for that to happen, but I'll take it. That's fine. All right. Professional is a done. 'Tis done. There we are. So we have done Willow Street. We have done Tangle. We have done Ridge. We are now moving on to Nightmare. So it is up to you where this will be. You cannot choose a map that has already been done. Cannot choose one. So you can see the ones that are already marked, okay? Your vote counts once. Where are we going? This is for Nightmare. Nightmare. Remember, This time we'll have 2 pieces of evidence, not 3. Sanity drain is faster, way less hiding spots. Yeah. The jump from professional to nightmare is probably one of the biggest jumps in difficulty in the game. And I think that's why so many people stay on professional and don't go to nightmare. Going to nightmare, it's exponentially harder. You have to know a lot about the ghosts to be able to get it right. But it's things you can learn. Over time, you can learn it. Absolutely. It just takes time. But there's no problem with playing professional. The nice thing about professional is that you get all of your evidence, so you can guarantee what the ghost type is, but also just so you can use the equipment. There's no Phasmo on mobile. No, that would be probably a very awful experience. Alyssa, thank you. What's up, Six? How are you? What if you're okay on nightmare, but struggle with insanity? Why would you feel that you struggle when you lose just one more piece of evidence? Like, what is it about moving from nightmare to insanity that makes it hard for you? What do you struggle with? Because it's the same process of eliminating ghosts. It's the same process. It's just more. So instead of only having a couple ghosts, it's just a few more. And you do the same process you would do on nightmare. You just do it for the other ghosts as well. All right. 10 seconds. Actually, nope, there's no point. I think I know where we're going. All right, point hope it is. So, last time we did it on Graphiton. Now, we are on point hope. Left-hand side, you can barely read it. Are you on a phone or are you on a desktop? If you're on a phone, did you turn your phone sideways to be able to see it larger? Jace, I don't play that very often, friend. I'm old. Oh. Watch on a tablet. It'd be you can hold it up to your face and see it better. Bit hard to see on desktop, not full screen. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could try to make it a little bit bigger as well. It's just the size, when you have all the maps on there, fits really well. Let me see. Because then the issue we run into as well is when I make this bigger, it then also goes on to the maps. That's the other issue. The font is small. I wonder if I can... All right, hold on. We might be able to do this live. Hold on. We might be able to do this live. Is there one with different font? I can change what the layout looks like if I see one where the text is larger. Faz will have crossplay. That is correct. That is correct. Gonna get a snack. You're good. No worries. What's this one? Is it actually going to change live? No. All right. We're going to point hope no matter what. I was just trying to see if I could change this while we were live, and I don't know if I can. All right, I selected a different one. Maybe I have to start the poll again. Let me see. Okay. Is that... harder to read, easier to read? That's better to read. Is that easier to see? I don't know if I see one with larger font, which is a little annoying. That's way easier? Okay, I can keep it on this one. I can keep it on this. It is. What is reading? That was one of the ones that had the font that stood out the most to me. The words are popping more. Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's easier, we can just keep it as this. If that's easier. Yeah, for sure. A lot easier. Okay, we'll keep it on that then. I'll leave the polls that we do. I'll leave it on that. All right. Thank you for testing. I appreciate it. All right. Point Hope Nightmare. Okay. We have some time. We don't have ads for like half an hour, so we should be okay. We should be okay. No, of course, if you guys can't see it, how good is that for you? Do you know the name of the font under the map icons? Oh wait, I didn't turn the thing off. Sorry. The name of the font under the map icons? Oh, this font? I'm pretty sure that's Lazy Dog. It's the same font as this. I think. It should be Lazy Dog Phasmodal, I think. I could double check that later. But yeah. Kazardoon, thank you for the 13 months. What prestige am I? Prestige 14. You're welcome. Yeah, that should be it. If it's not, come back and say, hey, you were wrong. And that's fine. Alrighty. Nightmare, Point Hope. This could be difficult. This could be easy. I don't know for sure. So I guess we're going to find out. Do you just know that off your head? Yeah, because I use it all the time. Or I use it on, you know, frequently when I'm working on thumbnails and things like that. Thank you, Alyssa. Torbeck, thank you, friend.
No report this time. Be careful. You're going in blind.
Why do we use tier 1 incense? Preference. I like that it doesn't slow down the ghost. So that way I can listen to the speed of the ghost. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Point Hope. Oh, boy. This is a map that has 10 floors. And it's small. Kenny Shawcross, Firelight, Parabolic, and Witness a Ghost Event. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's gonna be a spicy. So, Smudge for sure. We don't want to take any chances. We'll try Thermo. We'll try Thermo. My Prestige 14? I mean, been my mainstream game for like 3 years. So inevitably my level will increase over time. Well, hello there. What are you doing here? This is just getting out of hand. What the? Damn. Oh, we have hiding. No cards. We have hiding there. Oh, the breaker. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful soul. Excuse me, that was my stomach. Lame? You're lame. Okay. We're just gonna go on a hope and a prayer that it makes itself known. You don't like Point Hope? I like it. I definitely like it. It's just not one that we play very frequently. That's all. No cursed possession yet. No cold temps. Watch it be all the way up top, I swear to God. Oh, gross. Parabolic Firelight event. Okay. You know what, Roxy? I hope you step on a thumbtack. And it doesn't like hurt you, it just inconveniences you. Like you have to walk sideways all day. I just said not hurt her. I said it just like, you know, gets stuck in the shoe and then she doesn't know about it. And then she's leaning all day. Ghost, are you hanging out with Bruce? Hi, Bruce. If hiding from you, son of a... Mother... You son of a bitch. Oh, we found it. Oh, there's hiding in the ghost room. I guess that's good. Yay. Bruce, you're coming with. Rather step on a thumbtack than a Lego? Either or, your pick. 17th floor, menswear. It's all the way up. Well, not all the way, but damn near close. Hey, Luca, how are you? Reminded me of when I stepped on a... oh my god. No fun. But... okay. So, let's see here. We're gonna drop you there. Drop you there. Bruce. Look at the sunrise. Look at it, Bruce. Look. See you, Captain. He loves it. It's his favorite. It's his favy. You can't press his, you can't hit him and make him make noises, unfortunately, here. All right. I'm sure that I've lost a decent amount of sanity on my way up because that's just the way that Point Hope is. I do kind of want to check for... okay. We're going to wait a second. I'm probably going to take another one. Yeah. Torbic, thank you so much, friend. Hello, welcome. We need Phasmo merch. Oh, yes, I can't take another one. Thank God. Yeah, eventually, I think they said that they were going to do Phasmo merch. I don't know when that's going to happen. You got me. Well, we've asked for it for quite a long time. So, one of these days, Alice. One of these days. What up, Misty? Yeah, they released the plushie, but we're talking about not just the plushies. Not just plushies over and over and over again. Posters, shirts, all that stuff. Am I part of any Easter eggs other than the spirit box? No. No, not that I'm aware of. Do I have too many lights on? I might be okay. I think posters would be great. There are some really awesome posters from contests that they did. Somebody made one for like all the cursed possessions. Dude, they were cool as shite. Herbs! What are the temps like? Well, it's cold. I don't know if I'd say freezing yet. I survived Sunny Meadows. All I got was this stupid shirt. That'd be pretty good. I'd get it. Was my... It's not really an Easter egg. No, it's just that the content creators' voices are what are on the spirit box. Ghost followed you all the way downstairs into the bathroom and closet. Seriously. Yeah. The stupid phantom? Oh, yeah. I also remember these things. But here's our ghosties based on the orbs. You bastard. Temp gun's kind of booty. It's fine. They nerfed the tier 1 to try and make the tier 2 and tier 3 better. But yeah, I don't know if it's a temp gun issue. I think it's a temperature issue. That's my opinion. So, we do have orbs. We can watch this for a second without losing sanity to see if we possibly have dots. Redecorating. What was that? That was a paint can. It hates the cans. What the hell was that? There was something over there. There's our orb. Does the ghost have to be in the room to trip the breaker? No, the ghost can trip the breaker from anywhere on the map. If it does that, you know it's not a djinn, but we have orbs, so we already know that it can't be a djinn. Yeah. He hates the cans. Best way to learn Phas? Honestly, playing. My personal opinion, playing, picking up things as you go. If there's something you don't understand or you're curious about, looking it up. Okay. Not seeing anything right away. So we're going to take this guy, that guy, and probably a crucifix because I don't... No, crucifix. We're going to wait. We'll come back for the EMF. Anything but the tutorial. And listen, the tutorial is better than what it used to be, at least. I'll give it that. But no. My experience has always been if I'm curious about something, I'll either watch someone or I will go directly to the Phas Discord and ask. Am I playing console when it comes out? Hopefully at some point. Hopefully. So that's a matter of getting the capture card set up and all the things. Hey, Sam. Kooky, I don't think you're watching the right stream because I definitely didn't say that. Jumping Jehoshaphat. Did I not just turn you off? Excuse me. What the f... Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Oh, it's so close. 1.1. Come on. We know you're here. Just be cold. It farted on me. I'm out. Have I seen Zukos? I have. I've seen a bit of gameplay. I watched Math play a bunch of it too. Math Man. It seems pretty cool. Brother. Ooh. Do the ghosts show on dots when they walk past? The ghosts go into a dot state when they decide to show you the dots, and then they will walk. So it's not like every time it passes the dots, it's just going to be there. It could be walking in front of the dots and not actually show you dots. What up, Minnie? Coffee, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It'll warm up now. Okay, I see what you did. I get it. I get it. Teehee. Oh, I've got to change that. Crap. I've got to remove Twitter from that and put Blue Sky in there. We'll eventually do it. Ghosty, you are not doing the ting. Oh, there was no spirit box. It's not giving us dots. It's really close to freezing. Really, really close. Let's pretend it's EMF 5. If it's EMF 5, it's a Raiju. Oh, thank you, Mayor. Oh, thank you guys, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought about it yesterday and then this morning and today, then got in, started stream, and I was like, shit, definitely didn't do it. Definitely did not. All right, we're going to take a firelight because that's one of our objectives anyway. And we're also going to take... What are you... I should go to the Conjuring House IRL. Maybe one of these days. Maybe. But now if it is a Raiju, let's pretend that it is. It gonna speed up as soon as it freaking runs through those electronics, and if I don't have a smudge, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Always want to go to a lighthouse. Yeah, that'd be cool. Right. Turn that on for now. Eventually, I feel like you're going to hit that. You know? Do I like the ghost models? I mean, they're fine. They're just asset. Nothing too wild and crazy about them. Through the paint can again. Let the firelight. That's good. Yeah, Orbeez is all I have right now. Yeah. I'm thinking it's going to be freezing, but I don't know. It hasn't gone below 1.1. So I'm not too confident in that yet. Walk. Walk in the salt. Go for a walk. Ooh. All right. It's really quiet. It has to be freezing, right? Dude, it's done nothing else. God, the temperature sucks so much. Is it freezing if it's 0.5? Yes. Anything below, anything 0.9 and lower is a freezing ghost. My sanity is just tanking right now because I'm hoping. Let's try this one more time. Where are you? Are you near? Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? All right. I have to operate as if it's freezing because the ghost is giving us literally nothing. It's done tons of interactions and there's been no EMF 5. We have not seen dots. Another issue is that it hasn't interacted with the writing book, so it technically could also still be writing. So I think maybe grabbing the other writing book might be the move. Crunch. Crunch. What difficulty is this? This one is Nightmare. I think the ghosts just go around messing with stuff when people are around and laughing at us being scared. Yeah, probably. These are what we have as of right now, if it is freezing. If. But we don't know that for sure, because it could be that. Which is vastly different. Getting cardio. So fun. Mr. Kill. What are you up to, dude? Like, interacting with the writing book would be lovely. I don't know where it is. Is it here? I think it's there. another one of you. Do I want to take another pill right now? Chaotic, thank you for the 5-month Prime. Appreciate you. Caffeinated, thank you for the 5. Candle test. Yeah, but that's us with the using the assumption that this is a freezing ghost. And we don't even know for sure because it won't give it to us. It won't do it. Hope and a prayer. I kind of don't want to take sanity because if we're getting closer to hunting, in a way, I kind of want to just let it hunt. But I've done no photos yet. I've done none of that stuff. So I'm going to bring up more stuff that would be for potential photos. Eating food. Watching you show these ghosts who's boss. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm successfully doing that right now. I do have the circle. This is true. If I wanted to make it hunt, I could do it that way. Very true. Sun will be all the way up. Okay. Oh, I thought I heard something hunting. I was like, excuse me? Phoenician, thank you for the Prime. You had 0.8. Did I have 0.8? Did I have it, but I was looking at chat? If I did, that's freezing. The real crappy part. Uh-oh. That means the ghost was down here. Hi, Mel. We're on Nightmare. Jesus Christ. That's worrisome. It's... Oh, you son of a bitch. Why'd you say uh-oh? I said uh-oh because the ghost turned on the night light inside of the kid's bedroom, which is a floor below. Yeah. Played 6 hours last night, only got killer 3 times. That damn game. Oh, thank you, T. Telling you, dude. It moved? No, it didn't. It wrote in the same floor. It literally just wrote in front of us. No, it didn't move. It's still there. It was just roaming. Yeah. It just had a wander. I'll tell you what I did have happen, Mel, which was quite interesting. I had a mare ridge view upstairs, the bathroom next to the, if you make a left and make another left, that bathroom at the end of the hall, the ghost never left that room, like never changed favorite rooms. That was its favorite room. But I put down a writing book at the front door just because I wanted to get equipment in the house, and it wrote in the book. So that was interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I went to go leave the house, and all of a sudden I saw that I had writing. Yeah, that was strange. Did it kick the power? It did. It did. Trying to sabotage us? Mm-hmm. Can a mare turn on and off the breaker? It definitely can. Yes. What up, Prime? Yeah, way too far from home. 3-star toilet paper pick? Damn right. Okay. Yeah, it turned that on. You know what we're gonna do? Turn that on. It might move, and that's okay. Come on, walk in the salt. Let's go. Walk in the salt. Let's go. Yeah, the mayor can't turn on lights. The breaker is not a light switch, so it can turn it on and off. But if the night light is a light, then we can cancel that guy out of there. So we have a Revy or a Thay. We'll know what it is by the hunt. Manifesting a Thay. I don't know. It's so hard to tell because it's like been active but not been active. All right. Good. We need parabolic and then make it hunt. Sounds good. Well, you can't be a mare anyway. Yeah, we'll leave the light on. It's fine. Checking temperature is not going to do me any good. The only thing it's going to do is tell me where the ghost is. We can't get any more evidence. Yeah, we can't get any more evidence. We can't, we shan't, we won't. Okay. There you go. Bye, Sam. Never get Thays anymore. I don't get them that often either. To be honest, I really don't. We have all of our photos. The only thing we need to do is get parabolic and figure out what it is. Summoning circle, not worth it. No, the chance there's always a chance the ghost can insta hunt you inside of that circle because it starts hunting before you light the final candle, and then that's just a sacrifice that is not worth it at all. Bone, already got it. Already got it. Level from 1 to 90, prestige 4 over the last few weeks. Didn't get a single Onryo. Damn. Damn. Rev would be spicy. Could be. You gonna be playing with any console players on the 29th? What day of the week is the 29th? Is that a Tuesday? Okay. It is? Yeah, I've got to figure that out. I've got to figure it out. Because I don't normally stream on Tuesdays. How can you discover a wraith just by a hunt? You mean like without any equipment or without anything? Come on, Ghosty, give us a whisper. Just a hunt. Right, but without like any salt on the ground, without anything, right? That means you're trying to figure out the wraith with like some sort of no equipment challenge. Spicy Pam, thank you for the 15 months. Yes, the only way that you would actually, so without any equipment at all, I mean, realistically, the only way to know that it's a wraith is if it hunts directly on top of you very far away from where it normally should be. But then again, it could be a stalking ghost. It could be a banshee, so you don't know. Ghost, come on. Whisper, please. No, we're not feeling it. You can't know. No, you can only narrow it down. But why someone would be hunting without any equipment at all is interesting. Yeah, me too. Just did. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to not have salt. Can it be done? Sure. We've done no equipment challenges before. But essentially, with a banshee being a possible ghost, you're guessing. Smudgies and lighter? Certainly do. Lucy, hello. Oh, shit. I have crucifixes up there. Oh, no. Mistakes were made. Oh, no. Oh, no. A smudge. It can be. It might eat the crucifix again, and if it does, I'm going to run up there. Summon the ghost. No. Not worth it. Hey, Juju. Hey, how are you? It's not worth it. Banshees will not go down the rooms during hunts? No, I don't know what that means. No, they will. They'll set random pathing just like any other ghost. Okay. Gimme. Take the crucifix away so that way it'll actually hunt. My cookie. Yeah. Mine. Tim, I'm good. How are you? No, it's a Revy or a Thay. Where can you suggest Phaz? I don't know what that means. Oh, that's easy? Oh, I've never played Phaz before. I don't know how easy that is. Is that Thay? When you're done. Why flicker the lights? Because then you know the ghost is hunting or not. The reason we're being very careful about this is because if Ghosty does get me, I have to reset back to amateur. Better safe than sorry. Nick, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, friend. The reason we're not doing this is because I've had more times than not where I've had that circle bug out on me. Not really bug out. It's just unfortunate where you light the circle, but it starts hunting before you finish lighting the circle, and it's instant death. I'll level my Prestige 14 level like 60 or something. I don't know. Something close to that. Hunting. Dude, why am I lagging? Whoa. Sounds too fast for a Revenant. Pretty sure that's a Thay. Oh, there's ads. Oh, well, you're not missing much. Say the name of the ghost. That, I mean, that might make it a little bit more active, but saying the name of the ghost and cursing at it and all that stuff, you're not forcing hunts or anything like that. Complete your first perfect investigation on insanity. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wouldn't it make it slow? Yes. But also, again, being very careful, because if it's a Revenant, you know how fast it's going to be. It's a nightmare. Can you use the parabolic? No, I have the tier 2 parabolic. I don't have the tier 3. So I can't hear through floors. Nope. What? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. He scared me. Jesus Christ, he scared me. Come on, homie. You give up? All right. Well, then we're just going to leave. Oh, hi, Eric. The kids going in unexpected. Well, they're just randomly like, hey, hey. They get a little bit louder. Hey. Yeah, it's a slow boy. Yeah, if that was a Revy, it would have floored it at us, and it did not. Yep, yep, yep. So, that is an aged Thay. A finely aged Thay. Slow down, Grandpa. That's right. Eric, what are you up to, homie? All right, so no surprise. We thought it was the Thay, but I really wanted to be sure. I didn't want to, like, hear something different from the map, and then all of a sudden, problem. So there we go. Thay. Did you forget to do hourly breaks? No, I didn't forget, but when I'm in the middle of a map and the ghost is hunting me, I can't pause to run ads. That's right. So, unfortunately, when we're doing something like this, I can't just be like, oh, ads are running. Time to stop where I am and then just run them. Yeah, unfortunately, that's happened twice. But, like I said, I always do my best to try and pause it, but we're not in the middle of a game right now where I can stop it. Yep. So, we try to run 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way there's no pre-rolls for somebody when they first come into the stream. So, it's interesting to see people that have been here for quite a long time being like, oh my God, ads. It's like, well, that's not new. We run them every hour. It's not news here. What are these ads? Right. Well, there's a reason that we always suggest to people, and I mean, not everyone's in a position where they can do it, but I always suggest to people that they get turbo so they don't get ads anywhere on Twitch. Nowhere. So turbo for ads, subs are supportive. Like, that's the way that we've always looked at it. Turbo, you get rid of all the ads. You never have to see another ad. Subbing is because you want to support somebody, not necessarily to remove ads. Yeah. Or you can use a Prime. That is correct. That is correct. Panda, thank you so much for the subs, by the way. I appreciate you, friend. Turbo, I know I don't want to. Cool, cool. Perfect game. Wait, what? I had no idea. All right. Perfect Thay Nightmare. Nice. Now we move on to Insanity. Insanity. Just sub to streamers I like so I don't get ads on the stream. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. So, Insanity. These are the maps that we have already done. So now you lose Point Hope in your rotation of maps to possibly choose. I'd rather sub to support you than just pay Twitch for no ads. That's fair. I think it's just, it's per the user, right? I watch a lot of streams. So it would be very difficult for me to sub to every single one. Yeah. What ghost can't turn on the breaker? Can't turn on the breaker? The Hantu. Jin can't turn it off. Hantu can't turn it on. Yep. Alrighty. Those are the maps that we have already done. You are now going to get to vote on where we go next for Insanity. This is Insanity. 1 through 8. 1 through 8. Have I ever had the ghost turn the breaker on? Yeah, plenty of times. Plenty. 1 through 8. Willow Street. Can't do it, already did it. Nope, if there's any map that we've already done through this rotation, it can't be done again. So, Willow Street, Ridgeview, Tanglewood, and Point Hope are all out of contention. Yep. What do you think about this week's challenge in Sunny Meadows? Do you have any tips for getting through it? This week's challenge in Sunny Meadows sucked. I would very highly recommend playing with a full team of people. Very highly would recommend playing with a full team of people. Because if you're playing with more people, at least one more person, then you at least have the ability to check for orbs. Because if you're playing solo, you can't. Bro? Yeah, bro indeed. Yeah. When we played with 4, it took like 25 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Yep. But I had no problem finding the ghost. Use a parabolic microphone. Use the parabolic. It's, my opinion, going to be the easiest way to find it. Ripley! Thank you for getting a shirt. Thanks for getting merch, friend. Boyfriend and I have gotten 1 so far with 6. Oh my God. Yeah, it's tough, man. This one, not every week. Some weeks are going to be really, really easy, and some weeks are going to be really tough. This one was woof. Does the mayor turn on the breaker? It can. Mayor has nothing to do with the breaker. It has 0 to do with it. People have this assumption that the mayor can't turn on the breaker because it can't turn on light switches. They're 2 different things. So the mayor can turn on and off the breaker just like most other ghosts. Yep. Have I done the audio challenge? Yeah, I have, Pebbles. Yeah, it's on, I've posted it. It's on YouTube. Yep. Yep. I post every weekly whenever I can. Bum, 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 bum. Where are we going? Graffiton. Well, I like Grafton. So we were at Bleasdale last time. So let's move this over to Graffiton. Grafsite. If the rotation stays the same next week, will Technophilia... Oh, it will be Technophilia. Oh, okay. Yeah. That would be tomorrow then. Yep. UPS says the Halloween shirt will be here Tuesday or Wednesday. Hey, let's go. I love it. You're going to love it. I think it's great. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Daniela, Kitten, MS, welcome in. Maca, V, what's up? Where can you look at the merch? If you go to flashforcemerch.com. Yep. Yep, got a bunch of different stuff. All right. On to Grafton. We have some new stickers added there. The Halloween merch is there. Lots of stuff. Y'all are being nice. Astrock, I think that you assume that they're being nice, but you need to think of the long run, and it's not going to be nice. Will I play F-13 again before the server shut down? I would like to. Yeah, there's one more Friday the 13th that is coming in December. So I would really, really, really like to play it. Disputer, thank you. Appreciate you. We've been plotting. I know. I'm aware. I can see these things. All right. Now we are on insanity. So we have one evidence. One evidence. And our starting sanity is 75. Yep. 75. I am military. Yep. It's FlashForce everywhere. Cool. On to insanity. Let's go do more things.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Hey, River, how are you?
Set up before investigating.
Am I on Discord? I do have a Discord, yeah.
Tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left.
I hear barking. Is that friends or family? Hold. Nope, just the kids. Okay, they're good. Joe's just getting excited. You can unhold now. You're fine. You're good. How's Josie? Josie's good. She's fine. Got her a little doggy blanket. She's loving it. She's loving it. All right. Oh, insanity. Be kind, please. Oh, capture a photo. Lovely. Lovely. You know what we're going to do? We're going to turn this back on. I'm actually going to... We're going to take stuff to the door this time. We're going to take stuff to the door. Mr. Monkey, hello. Phoenix, thank you for holding. Give it a chance to do some stuff. Yep, insanity is interesting. You don't have a cursed possession. You have one piece of evidence. So the idea here is I'm going to get the stuff to the door so that way we can just be quick about it without losing sanity. Katkit, if you're curious about the merch, it's a matter of if Fourth Wall delivers to a certain country. But you can check through Fourth Wall, for sure. How's the difference from APOC? Player speed? No, player speed is the same. No, yeah, we can show the APOC 1 settings when we get there. As long as we get there. Don, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, the APOC settings that they have in the game are not the best. They're definitely not the greatest. That's for sure. Get there one way or another. We hope. We hope. We're doing all right. We're not doing too bad. But we're going to need all these things anyway, so we might as well just go ahead and get them now. We're going to need photo of the ghost. We're going to need, what else? Cleanse and repel. That's just us running away, which is fine. Hey, Blood Raven. Tommy, welcome in. Get a few smudgies. APOC sounds like a disease. It is. Hey, Charlene. Thank you, T. Get that guy. Get that guy. I think for the most part, we're probably good. I think we're probably good. Got smudgies. We got crucifixes. We got all the stuff. You name it, we got it. You know what? I'm going to grab another flashlight, though. Where am I from? United States. Zuki, I'm good. How are you? Okay, get one of you. And get another one of you. And another one of you. Waiting until Yuri closing the exit door. And it was also a nightmare. Hey, let's go. That's a win. That's a dub. So if the ghost shuts off the power, we'll at least have somewhere we can go. You know? Oh, I gotta go back and get a lighter. Biscuits. See ya, Dio. The fog sunbeam. Yeah, aren't they nice? The God rays? The God rays? This is Flash is messaging me. Sorry. They were at a dance competition this weekend, and the only picture that my son let her take was of him doing the... All right, lighter, firelight, just for shits and kicks. Let's go. But yeah, look at the beams. He's so funny. He's such an old man. I love him. All right, we have a smudge in hand. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Stinky. It's here somewhere. You know what? No, we have a headlamp. We'll be fine. Maybe I take a crucifix with me just for safety. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. All right, ultraviolet. I have photo camera in hand. I have... What else do we need? I don't need any more equipment, so this is useless. You're useless. You're trash, kid. We got a singer. All right, we need the power. Thank God. Hey, Meg. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's an uh-oh. Okay. That's an uh-oh. What's an uh-oh? The ghost has already hunted us, and I don't feel like my sanity drained below 50. And the only early hunters here are Mimic or Demon. So I think we have a demon. Yeah, we don't have orbs. Or I looked for orbs, and I didn't see any orbs. So by having ultraviolet, we can already say that it's not this one and this one because they're forced evidence. So this is what you're left with. Right here. Right here. It hasn't kicked the breaker yet. But again, I think it hunted early. It's not freezing breath. No, they changed that a long time ago where cold breath just means that it's below 5 degrees. That's all. Right here. Hi, Song. So, we need a photo of this Stinky. And that's going to make this awfully interesting. Roger that. Mimic, though? I don't have orbs. Pro. All right. All right. Come on. Show up. That scared you. Sorry. You know what I kind of want to do? This is dangerous. That's not what I was going to say. Okay. Hey, Flash, be careful. Thank you. Ooh, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful, SpongeBob. I need a ghost photo. I want to make sure I'm at 100%. I have one more crucifix for safety. Okay. One more. Run. Now, what I want to do is I want to guarantee that this is a demon. What? What? No possessed items. No. 0 cursed possessions. Let me in. No. You stay out. Leave me alone. It's a bully. Hello? Can you show up again, please? Is it going to ask me what my favorite scary movie is? Don't you do it. No! You son of a bitch! It farted on me. Goo! I need you to show up, homie. Event, please. Any day. Whatever that random ass light switch EMF2 is. What that is, that flicker, was set off an EMF2 at the switch that you can't take a picture of. I don't know. I don't know what it means. What we're doing right now is retaining all of our sanity by sitting in the light. So realistically, I'm probably at like 90 because the ghost did a vent on us. So if it hunts, that's more of a guarantee of what it is. Love the shirt. Thank you. What we really need is for it to show up for one of these. We need the Wheel of Bad. No, we don't. Is it just given up? It's done? Don't you do it. No. Nope. 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 F off. Nope. Not today. Nope. 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 Not today. You don't. Nope. Dissipate. Bag of shit. Yeah, you tried. Nice try, Ghosty. Nice try. If you avoid that event, you stop yourself from losing 10 sanity. This is either a really crappy demon that has now just given up, Or our sanity was low enough and it was not a demon. Hear me out. What if it was not a demon? What if it was a djinn? Could have been a djinn hitting me with the sanity. Those hunts seemed really quick. The one that only attacks with lights off? No, mare's not even a possibility. The breaker has not been hit. We've been hanging out near the ghost, so there's always a possibility it was draining my sanity via the djinn ability. It's possible. Go for hunt and take photos. That's an awful idea. No, when you're going for a perfect game and you're relying on taking a 3-star photo or a ghost photo during the hunt and not dying, it's just not worth it. How are you, Daffodil? It's just not worth it, but now ghost... Okay. All right. Now we have no protection there. I have double smudge, right? Okay. Let's go see if we have hiding up here, by chance. Brother, ooh. Fudge. Might be a demon. Yeah, we'll know if it's a demon or a djinn by having it hunt. But there's really nowhere to hide. And I don't want to hang out in the ghost room. I really could just come up here. Oh, my lucky stars. Okay. Right now, we are thinking this is a demon or a djinn. So the hunt is going to sound normal at first. Okay. The benefit of a djinn would be that it's not going to turn off the power, which, hey, I'll take it. Open a window, jump out. What's the difference between a djinn sprint and line of sight? The line of sight speed is gradual. It'll get faster over time. The djinn sprint, when it sees you, will be instant. So we know we're within hunting because the ghost literally just tried to hunt us. So now we are just waiting for it to actually hunt so we can have it chase us and make sure which one it is. If it chases us, when it's chasing us, if it sprints, it's a djinn. If it's normal speed, it's a demon. Yeah. When the djinn gets within, 3 meters of you, it will go back to normal. Bring it up here then. Bring it up here with you. Oh, okay. I'll go downstairs and pick it up. Maybe move the cross. No, they've already been eaten. No, the crosses are gone. Define normal. Well, you see, when a grandpa goes to Anna... I have no safety bubbles anymore? No, not really. Just buy another one. We have a shop that's over here. Like, that's what that camper trailer is. It's some guy trying to pawn off his old equipment. Got a huge crucifix over here. Hey, Emily, welcome back. Stand at the balcony. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to hunt. Buy one, get one. Let's go. We're within hunting range. There's zero reason why the ghost would not hunt right now. It's just choosing not to. What you buying? We shamed him? No, we didn't mean to. Oh, it's Georgia. Georgia. You think it was the demon ability? Could be. Silly cat. Thank you for the 14 months. Dude, if it was the demon ability, holy hell. It used the demon ability like 3 times when we came in. What's the demon ability? Its ability is to hunt whenever it wants. Any sanity. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Silly blue cat. Thank you for the 14 months. Emo Chica. Thank you for the 27. Welcome back, friends. Where's the ghost? Down there. Down there. I just wanted to leave the lights on so I could retain, well, visual. Because the whole point is us being able to see the ghost. So, if it is a demon, we just needed to use its ability again. Doesn't the demon hunt? Oh, and you know what? It might, you know, because we do start at 75 on insanity. You see me. All right, there we go. Pretty sure that's normal. Was it stuck? Are you stuck, step ghost? Photo. I'm very well aware I need a photo, but taking a photo during a hunt and trying to smudge it at the same time, and then all of a sudden something happens. Again, not worth. No, it didn't speed up. No. Not worth. So yeah, I think we have a demon. I think we have La Demon. Go cuddle with the demon? I mean, listen. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here and hopefully drain my sanity. So it'll hunt more often. Because at this point, we have no more crucifixes. I can't just go sit in the room and wait for an event. Now that we know what it is, I could try for a photo here. Mrs. Scott, hello. Alyssa, thank you for the tier 1, friend. What's up, East? I don't want to do it. Demon hunts every 60 seconds after the end of a hunt? No. No, negative. No, 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 no. Dark! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? No, it will hunt 60 seconds after you smudged. But the demon can hunt 20 seconds after the end of its last hunt. 25 for normal ghosts. Yeah. You think it's a demon? Yeah. We need a photo, so now I'm just waiting for it to hunt again. So I'm just draining my sanity. We don't have a cursed possession. Hi, Ellen. So if it's not a demon, how long does it take to hunt? At the end of a hunt, it's 25 seconds. Yeah. Oof? Yeah, your message was very oof. I would agree. Need the bone. Already got it. Bone. Can a demon hunt at 100%? Yep. It certainly can. It certainly can. Bubba, welcome in. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. This is a demon, by the way. This is a demon. You piece of shit. No cursed object. No. No, we don't get one. Go bother him. Hey. Missed. Fuck. Oh my god. I got stuck. That's unfortunate. All right, we'll try again. Got another one. Give me it. It liked the hay. Hey. That was almost death. Yeah, this effing chair almost killed me. Ma'am, please show up. Hello. Oh, fuck. Love you. What a hole. Yeah, I got the bone. We got the objectives. We got all the photos. Oh my word. So we had ultraviolet and no orbs. So we were down to these ghosts. And we were able to kind of cross out the Hantu because Hantu is forced freezing. Goryo is forced dots. Goryo is forced dots. Dark, how was your stream? Welcome in. I appreciate you. So then we had these, and the ghosties seemed to be hunting pretty quickly. So what I did was I fully sanitied up. Took all the sanities to go back up as high as I could, sat in the light, and the ghost still hunted us. So then it was between a demon or a djinn based on our sanity, and it did not sprint at us. So that makes it a demon. That makes a demo. Oh my goodness gracious. Beto, Beto, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. Lovely, lovely. All right, we're good. We got it. Making sure, double check, triple check. Look, we even had some burns happen live. That was good. Out of the object. Okay, if it's not a demon, well, then we just give up. Why do the ghosts eat the crucifix? Like, why does it get munched on? Oh, like what's the theory behind that? I don't know. Because they're hungry.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh, McDemon. There she be. Ooh. That was close. That was close. At least we knew what it was. Abilities used 1. It used its ability a single time. Damn. All right. Well. Does it affect us? What do you mean, Janelle? I don't understand what you're asking. Are they going to add a new map soon again? I have no idea. No clue. Yeah. We haven't been told anything about new maps. We know that they're working on them. We know that they're working on them because if we go to, I don't think, do I have theirs set up? I do. So by looking at their Trello, we can see what they're working on. What they're working on, what they've worked on in the past, all the things. So we can see here, which it's been a little, I mean, it usually gets updated when I ask, hey, when was the last time the Trello was updated? That's usually when it gets updated. So September 27th was the last update that I can see. But according to September 27th, we can see what's happening here. So they have some things that are planned. Objective reworks. If we click in, we might get info. Optional objectives will be reworked to be more interesting, varying rewards. But general changes, additions, horror 2.0, which we obviously are badly wanting. But concept phase, this is what they're working on. Easter, new location, new player character models. So a new small map is what they're working on. I think that Point Hope should be labeled as a medium map. I don't care how small the footprint of this map is. Walking up and down 10 floors? Come on. Please. Is it open for all to see? Yeah. This is public. Yeah, anybody can see that. But in progress. Holiday 2024, so the Christmas event. Bleasdale rework, Grafton rework, photo rework, and then sound recorder equipment will be coming eventually. And then they have some closed beta testing that they're doing with the Halloween event that's coming up, the console that's coming up, new door physics to, I imagine, stop people from cheating, performance patch, and new player movement and physics. If we can't bend over all the way forward and back, I'm going to be a little upset. Just a little bit. But yeah, that's what's happening. For anybody that's curious what's being worked on. Point Hope is massive. I would agree with you. It definitely feels that way when most of the time you're walking up and down. No new maps? No, like we literally just said, that they are working a concept phase of a small map. I believe it's just a visual to show how many changes have been used. Wait, what is? I'm confused. I'm confused. Ghost is on the first floor or the top floor. Yeah, that kind of happens to me too. Yeah, I kind of get the same thing. Oh, yeah, it's a visual. Yeah. Let me check and see how far away the fam is. Okay. Because the wife and the child are on their way home. Mr. Roadside, hello. How long have I been playing the game for? Solidly, I'd say it's solidly like 3 years. Yep. All right, we're on to APOC 1. So, do we have time for it? 'Tis the question. Let me move Discord over. We do, trust. Oh, okay, says chat. Yeah. Thank you, random person in chat. You must know everything. How has console not come out yet? Because they haven't released it. Continue this for later today? Later today? I don't stream on late on Sundays, HSK. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm glad we were able to come to a conclusion together. All right, if I go to this and we go to APOC 1, what are the settings? Because I don't remember. Good info. I think it's perfect info for the question. $75, $20, $200. All right, let's go for it. Let's do it. Now we are moving on to APOC 1. They're good, but not good. I would have to agree with that. Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. How do you get that ID card? You get this ID card by being a Kinetic partner. Getting Phasmo as soon as it comes out on console. Nice. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Sam, Blitzed, welcome in. Diego, Tunic, appreciate you guys. Welcome. Welcome. Thanks for letting me know if Phas has come so far. It has, man. Yeah, it's come a pretty far distance in the last few years. We would love to see it continue to move forward. So we hope. We hope. All right. The vote shall commence. So let me take Grafton out of the mix. You guys are going to decide where I go for APOC 1. So those are your maps, 1 through 7. If you look to the left of the screen, you can see what they are. 1 through 7. This is APOC 1. APOC 1. Your vote counts once. Once you vote, you're good. Hey, Belle, welcome in. Thank you, Song. Yeah. One of these days, we'll figure out a way to make it multi. One of these days. 1 through 7. The answer to this question. Saying to us, no, I mean, listen, it's inevitable, right? At some point, it's bound to happen. It's fine. It's definitely seeming overwhelmingly Sunny Meadows, though. I expected this. Hey, Nag. I expected it. Z, welcome in. I'll give you like 10 more seconds. Really, there's no point to even giving you that because it's not going to be swayed in another direction. Rudy, hello. All right. Sunny Meadows it is. So APOC 1, let me move it down here to Sunny. Oh, Sunny Meadows, we really would like you to be kind to us. What is APOC? Apocalypse. Yeah. Ms. V! Welcome in, Ms. V. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Mad Chemist, how are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hi, friend. How was Phasmo? What'd you do? No, spooked, you're good. No worries. You're good. Hi, Luca. Welcome. I'm a potato. How was? What'd you do? We are currently doing Tom's all difficulty challenge where the chat gets to choose what maps I play. Oh shit, sorry. So I mean, I guess I could have left it on because I'm going to go back. So currently this is what we have. We have completed everything up to APOC 1. So we are now going to Sunny Meadows. And we are now going to Sunny Meadows. Yeah. Finishing up the 12-hour birthday. Oh, well, I hope the birthday was amazing, friend. Hope APOC 2 and 3 are prison and high school. I mean, listen, that just means the longer you have to sit there and watch me do nothing. What is Twitch? It is a streaming platform. Yeah. If I have like APOC 3 at high school, that just means it's going to take me hours to walk back and forth, and you're going to watch that. You're going to watch that. Gonna die in the game eventually. Yeah. Whether it be today or next week or next year or something. Yeah, probably. What game mode do I enjoy the most? Nightmare. Nightmare is my favorite. I play it constantly, all the time. Enjoy watching. Will you? Ms. V, thank you so much. Go get your rest, friend. I appreciate you. I'll enjoy watching. I'm just going to have a stream where I do nothing but walk around high school on Friendly Ghost. And people are like, what are you doing right now? High school? Oh, did you find the ghost? Nope. And just walk the entire time. That wouldn't be entertaining? Oh, why not? It's like the same thing. You going to repeat the map if failed? No, if I fail, I have to start completely over. Nope. So, APOC 1. Sunny Meadows. Do I have anything unlockable right now? I don't think. I mean, no, I'm going to stick with the glow stick for now. No, that's fine. APOC 1. APOC 1 at high school. APOC 1 at Sunny Meadows. These are the settings for APOC 1. if anybody's curious. So, starting sanity 75, 20 pill restoration. Okay. Can't sprint. Flashlights. The ghost is 150% speed. So if it does hunt, we have to be aware of that and just be ready. Low activity, high changing favorite room, event frequency low, grace period 2 seconds. It's enough, I guess, to walk away, sort of. 2 pieces of evidence, so we are not going to get 3. So unless it gives it away by doing something very obvious, which would be great, we'll see. No setup time. The weather's random. It's fine. We do have a cursed possession, though, which is just really interesting to me. That APOC 1, you get a cursed possession and 2 pieces of evidence. Insanity, you get 1 piece of evidence and no cursed possession. So, interesting. Yeah. Goofball, what's up? So, let's do the thing.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
What level do you unlock professional in old Phasmo? I have no idea.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
I have no idea. Definitely something that I have lost in the depths of my mind because it's irrelevant at this point. How many places can the fuse box appear in Phaz? I mean, Phaz, in Sunny Meadows. In Sunny Meadows, the fuse box can be here at the front. It can be over here in this closet. It can be in the courtyard. It can be downstairs here. And it can also be back here in the boiler room. Yeah, back there in the boiler room. So, we will see. How many squares are on the wall in high school? Yep. All right, I have no sprint. 25 crucifix and repel. It's not awful. Not that bad. Hey, welcome in. Thank you, friend. I'm a potato. Thank you to beats. So, flashlights still work, which is lovely. We also get the sanity board and the activity board. It's just really interesting to go from insanity to APOC 1. The difference is very interesting. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take one of those. At least it's not a pick. Amen. We are going to bring a smudge with us, though. Because, well, yeah. We're going to bring a smudge, this, and this. I think that's our move. We can go see what the cursed possession is as well. Yeah, it's really strange. Yeah, the settings that they made it are very weird. The breaker does not start on an APOC 1, correct? Was that a blurb or was that real? Did I just get the Ure ability? That was blurb? That was a blurb? Okay, good. Oh, damn, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my God, that was so loud in my ears. No, that was real? What the f- But where? Oh, now you turn off the power. Oh, you jerk. Yeah, we have a summoning circle. I mean, this door's open. It's obviously was a slammed door. So we have to go find a door that was shut. Was it there? Oh, there's so many shut doors. There's so many shut doors. Hello? God, Gabby. Hello. Do the tig. I was facing this way, right? Oh my God. They're all shut. Wait, was that to my left? Ghosty? Are you in here? Or are you in the chapel? Wait. Do those candles start on? Those candles do start lit. All right. Some temps would be nice. Temps would be really nice. What? It must have been this door. It must have been this door here. Because that door was fully shut. That one was not. And we were facing that way. Oh, these are out too. All right, let's go get more stuff. The ghost literally has me questioning everything. This is true. This is very, very true. I'm just... To walk in and immediately hear that within like seconds is just ridiculous. Okay. You're doing stuff, but we don't hear you, homie. All right, let's check... See if I have orbs, just in case. I didn't ding... I'll ding it when I come back. Hey, Kython, how are you? All right, bring this. I do need to repel, but I'm not worried about it hunting right now. I don't need it to or want it to. I'm not seeing orbs yet, so we're gonna use temps. I'm gonna bring a crucifix in there too. Yeah. Hey, thank you. Check the temps. It's warm as shit. Oh, maybe it did it through the wall. No. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck, dude? It's so broken. Let's pretend that it is courtyard. How did it touch that door? I'm so confused. Bites, thank you for the 10 months. Okay. We had a door slam. And it can't be a Yurei or a Mimic. No, it literally can't be a Mimic. We have EMF 5. That immediately cancels it out. Why did we hear a door slam? Tell you right now, I don't think I have ever heard another ghost do a door slam. Maybe touching the door and closing it fully, sure. But that slam that we heard, I have not heard that from other ones. Okay. Okay. You got a Myling slam the door? Ooh. No, it wouldn't be ambient noise. No shot. No. No. I don't want it to hunt yet. We're going to do this. And we're going to go back inside. Okay. Let's go drop these down. What is it with the temps today? I don't know. But that room, it's obviously close by. I could check courtyard, but holy hell, that's a distance. Could it be a stalker? No, it could teleport maybe. Okay. What I'm going to do... Could have been you touching an almost closed door. I mean, maybe. But I didn't think I was even near a door. Yeah, I wasn't even touching a door. I don't know. I don't know what we heard. We heard stuff and things. All right, I'm going to bring another smudge with me. And we're going to go check the courtyard. According to the wiki. Yeah, but the wiki's not even 100% true. Ding. While the wiki is pretty accurate... Look at the lighting. What the fuck? While it's pretty accurate, it's not 100%. I think I left this light on. I definitely did. Okay. Off to find a ghosty. Son of a bitch. You're telling me that ghost can reach all of that shit from there? The only way that I could think that's even feasible is if it is teleporting to me. That's the only way. That's a hell of a reach. What reach do they have? Like 4 meters? And it's touching this door? There's no way. Look at this. It's nowhere even close. No shot. No shot. What if... Hold on. What if... Idea. Okay. New idea. We're going to check and see if there's a wraith. Embrace teleportation. We're going to check. I'm going to check the camera that's outside as well to see if we have orbs out there. You think it's twins? I mean, it could be. It absolutely could be. Where's the evidence for twins? EMF, spirit box, and freezing. So this is where Ghosty is. Because the temps are cold out here. And let's say that it is a twin. the other ghost, even though it's technically one ghost, where the other area is, it can't fake evidence. So 25 crucifix and repel. We also need photos. We need all that jazz. And we need to find the bone too. Forget. No, it can't be a mimic. Nope. Game seems hard. It's just a matter of how you play it. We're playing it in a way that is not conventional. Like most people are not playing this game this way. You got Apocalypse Gold? Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. Question is, do I suss a wraith? Or do I move stuff over there for a possible twin? Spirit box or freezing? Because if it's a wraith, that will go off. But I also don't want to sit around and wait because we need to get the photos. I got to go find the bone. If it is a wraith, it could teleport on us when we're looking for the bone. Well, wish us luck. I think we're going to do a hope and a prayer here. Carry a cruci. Yeah, I will. My sanity's high enough to where it shouldn't hunt me anyway, so imagine I walk in here and then boom, boom. I'm going to leave that there. Now, if it is a twin, these are useless. Asher Lee, thank you for the 14 months. Teleport us to Bone. You bastard. Yeah. You reckon Pam ate it? It's possible. 'Tis possible. Well, Kyle, that's what we were saying was if we wanted to really test for the Wraith, I could just go sit in a room with the EMF and then like a motion sensor as well. But I don't want to spend time doing that. No, I'm going to check. Let's pretend this is twins. Okay. We're just going to pretend this is twins and not a Wraith. If that's the case, then Spirit Box is more than likely because the temps were not that cold. But if it's a Wraith, it could also be this. So if we walk back and we see the salts walked in, well, wham, bam, thank you, Sam. I don't have patience for things. That is correct. All right, just don't hunt me. I don't have a smudge. Rather than being a choo-choo train. Yeah. Trying to get it all done in a single shot. Guys, I have ads coming, by the way. I can go wait in the truck as soon as I get all this out here. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you angry? Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you here? Not getting it. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? I'm so sorry. Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Nothing. Nilch. Nada. If it is freezing, that sucks because that's going to take forever. Still nothing in here. Just making sure. Okay. What about a wraith? We would have dots. Might as well try. Hey, Taz. I'm good. How are you? If it's a wraith, that also sucks because salt photos are out of the question. Now, what if it's not here? What if that's just the temps outside? It wouldn't make any sense. Bye, T. Have a wonderful day, friend. Just making sure. The ghost was interacting a bunch, and then it just stopped. Definitely not in here, but it was blowing out all the candles and shit. Broken Thay. No, maybe it's just not in the courtyard. Maybe it's further than the courtyard, and it is a wraith. Could it touch the door from the floor below? I sure as hell hope not. No, it's linear. So, I mean, for it to change rooms and go downstairs, that means it has to move from the room and go down. It's doing stuff, but we're just not around to hear it. So what I could also do is I could also point the parabolic to the outside. I could barely see that. I could point the parabolic out there and see if we get anything. Right here. We'll watch this. All the ads are done. Good. See you. Hello. Ghost change room 37 times. Phasmo's never broken? No. No, it's never broken. It's fine. What do you think we've been doing, Astrock? Hey, do that thing that you literally just did before you left. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Hey, David. How are you? We're going to bring another smile. What's my sanity? It's getting lower. Door slam clip. Thank you. Let's listen. We were about here and we heard a door slam, right? Maybe a little bit further back. We were like here. Oh, Shady, thank you for the clip. How's that IRL sanity? That's questionable. Sammy, thank you, Fred. If it's doing stuff, I'm not hearing it. The brand of my mic. It's a Shure SM7B. Lilac, how are you? Bro. This is why... Okay. Hear me out. What if it's actually back further? What if it's over here? That's really far. Force on. I can drain my sanity. Problem is the ghost is doing things and we have no idea where it's doing them. At the same time or just after I flipped a light. You think I might have accidentally like somehow grabbed the door at the same time? It's ironic though that Ghost was doing stuff in the chapel. I hear nothing. How far does that wander? I don't know. But I think the temps outside might be deceiving. This might be a downstairs ghost. %, possible, yeah. Yeah. What switch? Was it this switch here? Was it this switch? Yeah. Because I went like this. Let me see. Let me see. It's definitely possible. Oh, the graphics so good. I don't have anything special running. We have no idea where the ghost is. First, was talking about testing temps outside the front door as opposed to the courtyard to see if they were similar. Oh, outside, out there, outside. I got you. Yeah, we could see. We definitely could see. Tide! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? But we know that the ghost is interacting in the chapel, which is really the part that's kind of throwing a wrench in our plans here. Yeah, it's pretty similar. I'd say it's pretty similar. So where the hell is it? Okay. Does the outside middle count as a ghost area? Yes, it does. Yeah, we think we have a wraith. Which is unfortunate for where I put my salt. It's the same, Emily. It's FlashForce. That there. The difficulty is APOC 1. It's the generic APOC settings that you get from the game. Yeah, this has become now exponentially more difficult. Unfortunate. Need the ghosty to chase you there. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So what I'm doing now... Oh, you know what? Let me go get an EMF real quick. What I'm doing now is trying to see if the ghost does show up where we are. Where can you get the merch? At FlashForceMerch.com. If you're talking about my stuff. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Liz, thank you for the follow. Cowboy, appreciate you. Welcome in. Because we have a ghost that is nowhere near us. At all. But was definitely interacting in the chapel, blowing out candles, all the stuff. And we have EMF 5. So, stalking ghosts are out of the question. The closest thing to that would be the Wraith that can teleport. Closest thing. Spoofy on the screen. Cozy on the other. I appreciate you, Liz. So, we'll give it a minute here and see. Hopefully it does. What we should see, if it does, it depends on where, if it does teleport, where it teleports to. If it teleports on top of us, then that's going to go off, and then that'll go off, and that'll go off. Which is even better, because then it's a guarantee. I wish you could take a photo of that. You know? So that's a Wraith. Okay. We do not need you to hunt. Not... Well, shit, I mean, I don't know if it actually would matter if you hunted or not. You're nowhere near us. I swear you used to be able to take pictures of the EMF 5. I wonder if I could. I mean, I could always burn a photo to try. Like, maybe take a picture of exactly where I'm standing. Find the bone. No, not yet. That's going to be really spicy. Yeah. Endless. Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Oh, yeah. We have a Wraith that's going to teleport on top of us as we're looking for the bone. But what I would like to do, I would like to knock out photos if possible. So the idea here being, we're just going to see what happens. I don't think it's going to work. Remember a while ago being able to take a picture. Oh, you know what else we could do? Oh, but the lights would have to be off. If it teleports to us and we give it stuff to do, it could throw the objects and we could take pictures of the interactions. We're not playing with viewers, E-Man. I know there's more stuff over here. Fight! You get the other. Oh, I could try. Listen, that's not a bad idea. I'm down for not leaving this area and having the ghost do all the work. Yeah, I'm going to have to carry a crucie around to look for the bone. I don't have a choice. I'm going to have to. So, that's inevitable. All right, let's take this. And let's just try. Now, for that to happen, though, the ghost has to teleport on top of us and immediately do dots. Man, you were not sneaky. Huh? I think I can check here a little bit for you.
Hello.
Get out of here. We have a cruci objective anyway. I know. But that's only a couple photos, though. I need more than that. Hi, Nathan. Not right now. Not yet, my dear. What? Hold on, bear. Oh, don't you dare. No, that's gross. Get out. No. Is he? No. Ma'am? No, no, no. You're trying to get it. No, no, no. You can have it. You can have it after dinner. That'd be fine. Ma'am. I'm waiting on them, Nathan. Yeah, I'm waiting on them to get here. All right. So it definitely flipped that switch off. Ooh, just shut the breaker. Babe. What happened, honey? What's Lando? What's Lando? Okay. Hold on. No, not very. That's fine. Hi, Mr. Glay. Ooh. Question. Does the ghost teleport to you even when you're outside the map? It does, right? So couldn't I really... So Dave does? Smart guy. Smart guy. So what I could do... Really? Let's do that. Do one of those. And wait. We lose no more sanity. The ghost hopefully will interact with things. Hey, Tug. It's just going to save us having to go back and forth 100 times. Glay, you setting the tone or what? Now, I want to see if the EMF will go off here. I assume it will, but we'll find out. Set the tone. If it shuts the power off, I'll know. Because I'll see that light go off down the hallway. Sat down. Setting the tone for a Sunday morning shift. I got you. Come on, Wraith. Do the thing. Do the thing. What are we doing? We are doing an all difficulty chat chooses map run challenge, if you will, if I may, where you guys get to pick what map I play for each difficulty. We're on APOC 1 and we have a Wraith. that has now decided to give up teleporting to us. Oh, I plan on it endless. Yeah, I'm going to remove it from connections. I'm going to remove it from titles, descriptions, everything. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess the ghost is just giving up. Yeah, we knew something was up whenever the ghost was in the chapel with us. You're going to be doing a different social media instead of Twitter? Yes. Yes. We are now on using Blue Sky instead. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Shrimp. The unfortunate part as of right now is that there are family obligations, things to pick up, things I have to do, that this ghost taking forever is not ideal. It's saving it all up for the bone hunting. Yeah. No, it's like, listen, dude, I'm done with you. It's had it with me. It's done. Try to talk to it? Well, how am I going to talk to it if it's not here? What do you mean? Talk to what? There's nothing there. Don't you have to be in the map for the order for the rate to teleport? No, you do not. Yeah, it's had our shit. It's done with our shit. I might just have to accept defeat and then start over next time, unfortunately. What I was going to do was say, hey, finish this one, and then next time we'll continue. But I might have to DQ myself. Unfortunately, with the ghost that we got, it's just bad news bears. It's just bad news. It is what it is. It is what it is. Wife and the kiddo are coming back home. They were gone for the past couple of days. We need groceries picked up. We need this, that, this, that. We got a bunch of stuff going on. And I've gone almost an hour over what I normally do. It hasn't teleported again. Not a single time. Not a single time. You are a cheater. What is cheater? Please describe. Hey, what's up, William? Wraith unlucky. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not using its ability very much. How we doing? We're good. How are you? Yeah, Flash. Step in, see if it teleports. Yeah, I could. Look at the activity feed. Yeah, I could do that too. Watch, I'm going to come back and all this stuff's going to be... Lights are going to be turned off. Yada, yada, yada. Chilling on Phas. Nice. It's doing stuff. It's just not coming to us. And then silence. It took them a long time to type that message, Phoenix. I have a little bit of grace. Did it cut the power? No. Power's still on. I can see the light in front of me. Ready for the update? I am. Very descriptive message. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Aaron? It has not come back since. Here. Hey, what's up, Halogen? It's given up. It's not doing the ting. You are cheater in Phasmo. You know every ghost immediately with whatever that is. Well, That's a self-report if I ever saw one. I have no idea what that is. I'm an official content creator for this game. I'm a Kinetic partner. I've been playing for 3 years. Just because someone has knowledge doesn't make them a cheater. That just makes you bad at the game. And the fact that you know what a mod menu is called specifically, I mean, that just makes you look like shit. I'm too. A cheater? Okay, good for you. What's your name in game by chance? Or your Steam name? Yeah, I want to add you so we can play together. No, I'm too supporter. Supporter of what? Are you a supporter of Extremes Nuts? That is a very good question. When am I playing viewers again? Possibly at the end of the month. If we reach our monthly goal, I'm going to set aside some time to play with viewers. It's definitely part of the plan. This ghost has not returned. I don't even know why I'd want to cheat in this game. Yeah, I don't know why people do it. I'm not exactly sure either. It doesn't really make too much sense. Yeah. I guess they just can't. I don't know. They're not good enough to play to where they can level up, so they cheat to get their levels. And then I guess the other reason would be to screw with people. Which, sad. Ghost said bye. It knew. It knows what I'm doing. Bye, William. Have a good one, man. Console releases in 9 days. What's today? 20th? Yeah. Provides a range of features. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they cheat in the game. That's sad. Okay. Phasmo supporter, bro. Have contact with the one who invented Phasmo created. Sure. So we have a non-native English-speaking cheater. Interesting. Can tell by the responses and how long they're taking that they're running everything that's being said through a translator. We done? Not yet. From Germany. I'm shocked. No way. No, it just went out on its own. Yeah, I'm kind of done. Yeah, Phoenix, I'm done. We had our fun, I guess. I was hoping for a better conversation, but they just don't know how to talk. So unfortunately, that sucks. We tried to have fun. Damn. Can you at least be a more entertaining cheater? Honestly. We don't claim that, dude. No, I would never. No. I would never go after where they're from. No, I could just tell by their responses. That they were not a native English speaker. Hoping for a conversation with someone with one brain cell that is shared among the entire cheating community is asking for a lot. I mean, you're not wrong. Dude, this ghost really sucks. We're just going to have to call it. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to just DQ. But that's okay. I mean, really, it didn't like, yes, it took the whole entire stream. But I feel like we can really get back to this quickly. And I kind of like the idea. Nice. I kind of like the idea of you guys being able to pick the maps. I like that idea because it just keeps it interesting. It could be different every single time. So I like it. It takes you out of your comfort zone. Like, it makes you have to try different things. I enjoy that. We'll do it again. We'll definitely do this again. But time-wise, I have family things that have to happen. So unfortunately, we're going to have to DQ this piece of crap ghost. But I'm very, very curious to see how many times it used its ability. Very curious. Some people not wanting to do the full grind to get all the equipment, but then once you get it, then what? Right.
Welcome
Right.
back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Oh, shocker. It's a wraith. How many times? 5 times. Yeah, it used them all up real fast. It used all of them up and it was like, I'm done. That's enough. That's enough. I'm out of here. Got very sleepy. Yeah, I took a nap. Where was the bone, by chance? The male dorm room. The bone was to the left all the way at the end. So if I would have started right or something, it would have taken an extra 15 years. Hardy Cat, thank you for the prime. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll start over next time. We have to DQ just because of time. Next time we'll be able to do it, hopefully to its entirety, because then I'll have more time. But you guys are awesome, man. Thank you all for being here. Hobbit, thank you for the subs. Oh, thank you for the subs, friend. No, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys being here, sticking around. Thank you for coming to the streams. Thank you for... What the hell was that? Thank you for watching the videos. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Enjoy the time with the fam. Thank you. I'll be live again tomorrow. So tomorrow we have the weekly. I haven't decided if what we're going to do after the weekly. I might jump back into this. 10 Bells has an update that has Halloween stuff. Yeah. I'm going to ask Coach what she's doing Wednesday to see if maybe she wants to do some Forewarned. So we will see. We will see. But thank you guys. Stick around. We're going to go find somebody, but thank you for everything. You guys are amazeballs. You guys are amazeballs. Oh, vibes. Thank you, man. Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you, mods, for all that you do, for getting to have fun and enjoyment with those that stop by. You cheat because you know what the ghost is. That's new. That's new. I'm going to remember that for a bit. Oh, Hobbit. Love you, Cheater Flash. Thank you. Hobbit, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the subs. How dare you? How dare you learn to know this game? Cheat. He's a cheater. It's so funny. I'm going to start using that on people. When someone gets the ghost right, fucking cheater. Sam, thank you for the follow. Hobbit. Legend. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Well, I mean, before we go then, don't forget to message DK and ask if he knew that guy. He did say he knew the creator towards the cheat funds. Thank you. Listen, it's not free to pay for these cheats. It's a daily. Yeah. Every day you pay a certain amount. So got to make sure that we keep up. The cheater fund. Very fun, enjoyable, by the way. Phoenix enjoys my company. Wait, what? All right, we'll do the sub goal spin now while you guys are here. There's no point in waiting till next time. We'll do that, and then I need to get out of here so I can go pick up some groceries. Mr. Kinetic himself. So stupid. So dumb. Oh, I hate it here. All right. Oh, Ripley, thank you for the bits for the cheater fund. You guys are amazing. It's kind of like a GoFundMe, but it's like GoFundMyCheats.com. I'm gonna make a website. It's just gonna take you to a page to subscribe to me. All right. So we've brought back the wheel. So every time we reach the daily, we will spin the good wheel. If we reach it twice, we do the bad wheel. So let us see what it's going to be. What? Oh, that little turd. I'm telling her mother. I'm telling her mother.
Yeah.
She already bit a hole in it?
The dog mother.
The dog mother? I'll tell the dog mother. That little stinky butt cheese. It's okay. It's okay. Honestly, I'm expecting her to tear this apart.
Why are you expecting her?
Because that's what she does with her blankies. I'd rather her tear this apart than my things. I'd rather her rip this apart.
Then what? I expect
Well, I hope not, because that would mean she's trying to eat you. Here, why don't you take it back to her? Thank you, dear. All right. What, baby? Oh, she, okay. Hold on a second. My wife is calling me, and then we'll spin for the game, okay? Hold, please. Okay. You're holding your butthole? I mean, I didn't ask. I didn't specify what to hold. That is true. No, it's good. It's good. They're on their way. You can unhold now. All right, let's do a game giveaway. So, let's get rid of this wheel. First thing we're going to do is we are going to choose who is going to get it. Here, we'll change the music too from chill. We'll go not so chill. Need an unhold command? Yeah. A let go. Alrighty. If you want to win a free Steam game, you need to type the word game in chat. If you type the word game, you are entered to possibly win. Game. Game. We'll spin this guy, and then after this guy, whoever wins, we'll spin the game wheel so I figure out what I'm getting ya, and then we'll be good to go. Boom, 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 boom. I'll give you like 20 seconds. 20 seconds. We're almost halfway to the monthly. I should make a cheater command. Exclamation point cheater, and it just says fund my cheats. Vin, I swear to God. FYI, I just purchased a domain. Oh my God, song. No, you did not. You lie. I swear to God. Want the playlist? Did I update the playlist command yet? Gamer. All right. 5, 4, last chance, type game. 3, 2, 1, go. My Enzo cheat code. No, what I don't want to do, I don't want to use the actual name because then people will look it up. I don't want people to look that up. Just came in, what for? For a free game on Steam. I have a bit until the two. Let's keep you updated. Thank you, song. And it goes to Rayla. GG's. GG's, Rayla. Here, Rayla, are you here? We're about to find out. Rayla, this is your chance. You better type. Let's go. That's you. So close. High court. So close. A winner is me. GG's. All right. right, let's get rid of that guy. Bum, ba-da-da-bum. We need... Where's it at? 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 That is not the right one. There it is. All right. Here we go. All right. Let's spin it and see what you get. Lots of games from the Humble Bundle. Lots of games. Nice. There we go. GG's. GG's. Disciples Liberation Standard Edition. Let's go. All right, let me pull up the things in the stuff so that way I don't forget. I wish there was a way to do this more automated, but it is what it is. It is what it is. When I commit to a bit, I go all out. I mean, that's fair. I kind of sort of do the same thing. I kind of feel you, song. All right. Go to Twitch. All right, Rayla, I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch, friend. It's just easier that way. I could ask whoever wins this stuff to join Discord and all that jazz. But if I know your exact Twitch name, then you don't have to fight with Discord. I can just get it to you that way. It's just easier. It's just easier, in my opinion. All right. And... all right, there you go, Rayla. GG's. Tis sent through Twitch Whisper, my friend. It is there. Tis there. Never heard of it. Dude, there's so many games. That's why I added that as part of it, because I have so many Steam games that I have not redeemed that I have. I just don't have time to play them. I just don't have time. Watched the F-13 VOD earlier. It looked like so much fun. Oh my God, that game is so great. I'm going to be so sad when it's gone. I'm going to be very, very much sad when it's gone. So we've been trying to take advantage of it.
Welcome back.
Take advantage, play as much as we can. Okay. We will be back tomorrow for more shenanigans. I have a weekly to do tomorrow, and then I have to decide what I'm doing after the weekly is done. Have not decided yet. Could be more Phas. It could be something different. Like I said, Wednesday, I really want to make it work. Talking to Coach, see if we can figure out Forewarned. It would be nice. We will see. Boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum. Yeah, such a good game. Forewarned is so good. Guys, if you're not a part of my Discord, the Discord is there. I need to update. You know what? I could do that now. Hold on. There are the rest of my links there, including Discord, but has YouTube, Blue Sky, and TikTok, all the things. I'm going to go in to my Stream Deck right now and fix one of my commands, my socials command. There we go. Boom. Boom. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the bits and the subs and the chills and the raids and the follows. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you. We are going to go raid a friend, so do stick around. Is that the Rugrats Dino Reptar? Oh, yes, it is. I'm a big 90s nerd, 90s junkie. I've got a can of Surge up here, a Furby, a 90s Nickelodeon phone. I've got, what is this down here? I've got Reptar. I've got Cat Dog, a bunch of 90s Funkos over here. I've got Goosebumps. Oh, back there. Yeah, all the things. All the things. Thank you for hanging, Phoenix. Always appreciate you, friend. Where in the hell did you get a can of Surge? Scouring the internet. Scouring the internet. But it's not, but listen, but it's not a 90s can. Because honestly, I don't even like the 90s can as much. It's a newer one. Also, I also have 90s watches from Burger King that were Rugrats, and I've got 90s glasses that were, I think, from Burger King that are Batman. But yeah. Unopened. Unopened. Love it. Love it. Love it. I'm pretty sure that's why I have migraines. Just drinking way too much Surge. Drink it? No way. I want to live. All right. Guys, if you are nuts, if you're following, that's for you. If you're sub, that's for you. My little creepy tier 3s, that's for you. We're going to go raid a friend, another fellow Midnight Society member. If you're not following all these lovely beans like Mr. Vin and Mel, please make sure you guys do. Open it and drink it. No, I wouldn't even set that as a goal. Honestly, out of fear of drinking a can that is from 2015. I just wouldn't do it. Out of fear. It's not that old. Pure sugar. It just comes out chunky. Good God. Ay. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much. It's pretty fresh. Compared to drinks from like 1920. That's so fresh. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. I'm going to go hang out with family for the rest of the night. I'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow, today. Get it figured out. Love you, cheat. No, I love you, cheaters. You cheaters are my favorite cheaters. Thank you. Thank you. In like 15 minutes, check out gofundflashforcecheats.com. Jesus Christ. Thank you, song. No, you guys are the best cheaters I know. Cheaters unite! You guys are awesome. Here's the raid commands one more time in case you didn't get them. That's the follow. That is the sub. And then that is for tier 3s. Guys, let's go say hi to Rain. Rain is an amazing bean. She's currently playing Midnight Heist, which we've played a few times. And it can be really fun with friends and freaking hilarious. So, Rain is currently playing with Bibbers and Nimble Squid. Make sure you go check out everybody she's hanging out with too. Follows, all that jazz. But you guys are amazing. I will see